Honk.
That's what I am talking about. What is going on, everyone? Welcome. I want to welcome everybody to Antarctica. If you were at least in the northeast of the U.S., it's a little cold, y'all. It's just a bit. I saw Rudnell talking about it, and you folks talking about it in chat. It is a little chilly. It is just a little chilly. It is going to be going down to. It's supposed to hit 3 degrees Fahrenheit where I live, which I think is negative 8 million in Celsius. So it's supposed to do that. And so we are, we're hanging in there, but the our mini split systems are they're hanging in there barely, but keeping all of the rooms at a reasonable temperature with that has been not easy. So we're a few degrees below where one would normally go. But I am ready. I have got, we are good to go. I have got layers. I have got, got the undershirt. I got the shirt on top of it. I got the sweater on top of that. And I have my St. John's University blanket. And I even, if I have to, have the big gun of the quilted extra blanket to go on top of it is what I'm going to need in those situations. So I think it'll be okay. But I am very grateful on a night like this to be inside and indoors and all that. And it's only going to be this way. Tomorrow's going to be something like, I think, low to mid 20s, like 22, 23 Fahrenheit. And then on Sunday, it's going to be back up to like 39 or 40. And then next week, it's going to get up to 50 degrees. And like the overwhelming majority of the winter has been really in the 40s and 50s, like, and essentially no precipitation. Like we've probably gotten total like 2 inches of snow all winter, like just dustings and stuff like that. So it is cold. It is definitely cold. But it's all right. It's all good. It's all good. We are here. And I hope that I can warm you folks up and we can be warmed up together as we move into the Crown of Kings as we continue with Sorcery 4. Before I get there, though, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. You may notice if you're watching this on desktop, by the way, Twitch has added a new feature, which I actually think is a good idea. It is a persistent goal thing. So it basically has below a persistent follower goal total, which they recommend, and I agree with them, and a persistent sub goal. So right now we are sitting at 80 subs, thanks to the incredible generosity of people like Dragonspear giving away tons of subs on his birthday, and then Hillness giving away a ton of subs, and Shadowed Mage giving away a ton of subs, and all of the rest of you fine people who have given away subs and all that. I see you, all of you, and I appreciate all of you. And so anyway, we are up to 80 subs. So the sub goal you can see is over there is 90. It's just a nice thing to keep up there so that people can have a sense of something to support if they're able to do that. And the same thing with the follower goals, which I think is really cool. So we are closing in. I think the goal is like 6,700 followers or something like that. So that's cool too. And so those things are available there. So please follow the channel. Please check out my YouTube with !arvtube and subscribe to me over there. That's free to do, but it definitely helps us. Discord, of course, is !arvcord. Twitter is !arvtweets. Website arvaneleron.com. Financially !arvshop. As I mentioned, that is going to be under construction pretty significantly pretty soon. So that's going to be up there. And Configuration Queen, who gifted oh no, I know. If I start going through all of them, so many people have been incredibly generous, and I'm grateful to everybody for that. A hot meatball sub, yes, amen. Although we made ourselves some at-home pizzas today, which was cool this evening for dinner. So that was nice. We have that. We have the Patreon, !arvtreon. That is really the financial backbone of the channel. That really helps. Hey, what's up, Dragonspear? Good to see you. How does it feel to have now been a few days into the new year of your life? Now that your birthday has passed, now you're in the middle of your birth week and your birth month. I hope all's well with you, Dragon. So we got that going on. So Patreon, and of course subbing to the channel gets you those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch, as does the Patreon if you're supporting at a high enough tier. On the publishing side, Icarus for my graphic novel. Birthing Pains, that's right, or so I hear, exactly. Graphic novel Icarus from Athos Arts, Exclamation Point Library is my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, 5e Adventure and Sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and which, by the way, is going to be prominently used in something that I'm going to talk about in just a minute. So we've got that, and then of course we have got Exclamation Point Greyshade for my Greyshade novel, which came out last year. You can order that now. You can also pre-order Renegade, which is the sequel coming out later this year. You can also pre-order Heretic, which is the final book of the Grey Assassin trilogy. That's coming out next year. And you can get the tabletop role-playing game. Brandon O'Brien is responsible for designing that. It's going to be amazing. And, of course, the audiobook from Trent Sparks of Greyshade is going to be coming as well. So you can get all this kind of cool stuff. Very, very exciting. That's funny right now. But that's very exciting for all of that. I'm very pumped up about it for what hopefully this year will bring. I'm very excited about all that stuff. And of course, as always, Exclamation Point BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation Point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention, very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And Exclamation Point Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the fine people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage. This is our chance to step up and help them, and to do so and send a message that we will try to support in that way with others down the line in a similar fashion. So, yeah, just a quick note, by the way, which is Mrs. Dunsel. Of course, Mrs. Dunsel and I are not that far apart geographically, and yeah, freezing cold is right. But again, I was saying, Mrs. Dunsel, it's so strange because it's been relatively mild most of the winter. Then we got socked with this, and it was freaking cold today. Plus, Wind Coast Studios is living up to the name. It's been windy. It's windy on this coast, people. So there's that. And yeah, so it's like it's going to get down to right now. I think it is at. Let me see. What do we got? It is right now, according to this. Let's reset that. It is right now 10 degrees outside, and it is going to be heading down to 3 degrees, and the wind chill has got to make it feel like 20 below. Like, I mean, it's got easily, because of the gusts of air. So it's like dangerous cold. It's cold that you do not want to be out in under any circumstances, if you can possibly avoid it. So that definitely is a thing. And then tomorrow it's going to be cold. It's going to be in the low 20s, 21, 22. And then Sunday it goes up to 40. And next week is all like 40s and 50s. It's just bizarre. I just, bizarre. Yeah. I mean, that's fair, Miranda. Yeah. An illegitimate war in the sense of there's no righteous sense of, I guess, self-defense is how I would define as being a little bit different, but this is clearly not self-defense, naturally. So I was trying to, I guess, make a distinction, I suppose, between those two things. But yes, I think that is reasonable. I understand. So yeah, that's this. Let me just get rid of this and get rid of that. Okay, good. So that we are all set to go. Okay. So with that said, let me get rid of that and let me turn on that. There we go. What's going on, everybody? Let me hold on a second. So yeah, so I want you all to see. So I've got, right? So I have, okay, so I got shirt, sweater. And when it gets in an hour or two, chat, when it gets a little colder, this bad boy right here, this bad boy, this is St. John's University right here, okay? St. John's University is going to keep me warm on top of these other things I have, all right? So I'm just being clear that we will stay warm tonight. We are going to stay warm through that. We're going to keep things moving. And we're going to do those heat tech shirts. Well, the truth is, I mean, like, I could layer even further. I'm actually okay. Like, I'm reasonably comfortable. It is right now about 67 degrees. No, 66.7 degrees in here. Typically I like to keep the room about 70 to 71. So it's not that far below where it's normal, but like right now my mini splits are basically maxed out. Like, they're doing everything they can. And my son is actually probably going to be staying in our room, not because his room is fine, but just I think he's like is going to fall asleep, I think, in our room. And the good news about that is it means that we can turn down the mini split in his room a couple of degrees, which means they're all on one unit. So that means that mine in the office up here and my daughter's, little Arv's, and my mother-in-law's will all get a little bit of a boost. So it's going to be about that. Yeah, the red card and St. John's protects. Exactly. That's the thing. No, I'm but I'm fine. I just my goodness, anyone who has to be out in this for any reason, homeless who are out in this, then they actually had people that were going around. They had folks that were patrolling and basically like offering to bring people to shelters, which is something that normally should be done. But there are all kinds of problematic concerns about homeless shelters, which I won't get into now. But about they're not the most delightful places that one could be. But this is so deadly dangerous that it's going to be difficult. Just sort of people being because it's just dangerous to be out at all. Yep. Yeah. See, and we've talked about this, I think, Labo. I'm in Connecticut also. I'm in southern Connecticut. Right now it is 10 degrees where I am, and it's going down to about 3, maybe 2 tonight. So, yeah. So stay warm is the answer to that. And then, we hang in there for a day and a half, and then it's going right back up to the 40s again. So very strange. But anyway, it is good to see you all, and we will try to stay warm. And I'm serious about this. We will, in general, try to keep everyone warm with the play tonight, and the warmth of our community. And I'm not joking around about that. I think there is something to that. So, yeah, no, exactly, Rudenell. God forbid. I just woof. Okay, so one thing I want to do very quickly before we go any further, I do want to go over the schedule, excuse me, for the channel for the month of February, because I've now put it together and it's mostly together. But I also want to mention one thing up front. Now, this is for folks who missed this before. I announced on Tuesday during Shire Adventures, which went super well, by the way. Thank you to everyone who came out for that. Shire Adventures the premiere was awesome. I was really, really happy with how that went. But I announced that coming up, we have ArvCon. And I want to just follow up quickly on something I talked about on Tuesday of this week. So I mentioned that the best man of my wedding, and I was the best man at his wedding, a man named Ewan Ross, who I had known since third grade. So I knew him over 40 years. Passed away last Wednesday due to complications from cancer. Passed away from a rare form of bone cancer. And so I had the honor of speaking at his funeral on Wednesday. It was not easy to do. It was not a speech that I enjoyed giving. The last speech I had given associated with him was the toast at his wedding. And so I saw a lot of the same people actually 18 and a half years later for that. His kids were there, his wife was there. So I'm not going to go into all of that except to say the place was packed. He was a teacher. He had a huge impact on a number of people. And it was really a beautiful service that was well put together. There were some other speakers. Everybody did really well. And I felt good about being able to be there and be able to speak about what it meant to me. But I bring it up to you because this is the reason we have ArvCon, right? ArvCon benefits the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. This year is going to be the 9th year of ArvCon, and all but one of those years has been dedicated to Damon Runyon. The one year that wasn't was when Kilobyte passed away, and we worked with the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation, which is also amazing. So I was happy we were able to do that. But working with Damon Runyon, we have now raised almost $30,000 for cancer research, and I'm hoping that we're going to blow through that ceiling this year, and I'm also hoping that we'll break our record set last year, which was $7,071.13 or something. I want us to break that record this year, and I think we'll be able to do so. On May 25th, Thursday, May 25th, we will be kicking off ArvCon with a live D&D production at the Klein Memorial Auditorium in Bridgeport, Connecticut. This is going to be an event in front of an audience. We're going to be they're selling tickets, the prices of which are going to be going mostly towards either the Klein, which is a nonprofit organization, or going to Damon Runyon, which of course is the ArvCon focus of the charity. It is going to feature 5 players, excuse me, 4 of them are players with lots of experience and which may or may not have some familiarity with folks on this channel. I'll be announcing those players in the months to come. One of the players, though, is going to be a high school student who is going to be selected from a local high school based on an essay contest they're going to be running in a number of classes for a bunch of the schools in the area. So one of them is going to be a high school student, and the others are going to be professional, so to speak, more players with various experience in a variety of things. There's going to be a huge projector screen in the back. The Klein Memorial Theater, Memorial Auditorium, is a historic theater. As I said, Martin Luther King spoke there. The Vienna Boys Choir has played there, numerous concerts and things like that. So I'm very excited about that. I would love to pack the place. I don't know if we'll do that. I have no read on it. I'm hoping that we're going to get a lot of people. We have already reached out to sponsorships. I found out that the Bridgeport Public Library System, this is exciting, is actually doing a learn about it. So in the 70s and the 80s, CBS had this thing, CBS, the television station in the US, had this thing where you would see this thing, like the show or whatever, and then they would have a segment, like a 2-minute segment that would be called Read More About It. And some celebrity would talk about how you could read more books about the subject that had been talked about in the show. And I remember those myself. Well, the guy who's the director of the Klein is a guy named Lawrence Queso. He is an multiple Emmy Award-winning producer who worked at CBS, and the Read More About It was his idea. So he has this Learn More About It thing that he's doing with the Bridgeport Public Libraries. So they are going to be doing 3 books at all of the Bridgeport branches that are going to be both fantasy and or Dungeons and Dragons connected. So if you want to know more about role play, about fantasy fiction and so on, they'll have these books available that kids and adults, I guess, will be able to take out, which I think is super cool. So we're making a full court press on this. I really want to have a good opening, salvo. And again, all of that is going to kick off what I hope will be the best ArvCon yet. ArvCon 2023, the 9th ArvCon. And I'm very excited about that. Again, that's not for a few months. I normally wouldn't start talking about ArvCon this early. It's just that because this thing has happened with the Klein, I was just super pumped about that. So that I'm very excited about. That is happening Thursday, May 25th. It will be starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Thursday the 25th, and then we'll have our usual Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and we might even go into Monday, although I won't do that part of it, but I'm hoping someone else might jump on board. I'm hoping to have some more of the scientists from Damon Runyon back. We are going to have our marathon session with Eberron. We're definitely going to have the folks from Shire Adventures. We're definitely going to have the Expedition for the Mysterious Peaks folks as well. I hope to grab the Talisman Adventure and the Ghosts of Saltmarsh people. So we're going to get all the people that we can on board, maybe a speculate one shot with Mike and Brandon. We'll figure something out, but I'm excited about that. That's true. That's true, Echo. That's true. But I love it. I love it that we have more than just myself doing it. So I'm super excited about that. No, not Russ. Not Russ. What was this? I'm sorry. No, not Russ. No. Oh, no. I'm sorry, Echo. That would be for all of you. It would be worse because you knew that person directly. No, Russ is fine. No, this is my friend Ewan Ross that, again, I knew from when he was in 3rd grade. And I'll tell you what, the one thing I'll say, the one thing that really shook me up about it, there were a couple of moments that were really, the whole thing, obviously, were a lot of mixed emotions. There was a lot of crying and grief and all that. I don't know what that was all about. That was odd. All of a sudden, my thing flashed for a second, and I don't know why. But what I was going to say was there were a couple of, it was not easy, right? But there were a couple of moments that, were really difficult. And the one that I want to mention was, the one that I'll talk about that I thought was, it's not incredibly sad. It's just more of a wow moment. He left 2 kids behind, and his wife, of course, and his oldest is 17. She's going to college next year, and his youngest is 12. And both of them were shaken up, but his 12-year-old in particular. But when I was talking and giving my speech, my remembrance speech in front of the in front of the church, in front of the funeral goers, I was talking about Ewan at one point, and I was mentioning his children, and I looked over at the pew and where they were standing or where they were sitting, and I was like, Tyler, his son, looks like Ewan did at that age. Now, of course, he's going to look like his father, but I mean, I looked over and for a moment, I just had this like double take because, I knew his dad from when he was, again, I probably was about 9 or 10. And here was his son looking like him at the age of 12. It was one of those like weird, surreal moments that I don't even know how to fully kind of get a handle on, but it was something. Anyway, it's quite a loss. He was 51. It's too young, and he had a incredible impact on many people. And I will be dedicating, by the way, ArvCon 2023 to his memory. I hope people will understand why. And again, this is why we do what we do. So but anyway, so ArvCon is going to be happening, and ArvCon this is an example of why we do what we do for both the people that we lose and the people that survive. Little Red Dot, childhood cancer survivor. And we do it just as much for the people who survive as the people who don't, and for all of their memories working forward. So, anyway, so it was a very solemn kind of experience, and then it was very strange to be in touch with all these people. One of the people who was there was a neighbor from across the street from where, because his parents are still alive, they're in their late 80s, and were there attending, and they were neighbors of where he lives, and his parents still live in the same house where he grew up, and they knew me also, and I remembered them barely, but I mean, again, like 40 years ago this is a long time, right? And I mean, but they were like, oh, and you haven't changed a bit, and I was like, thanks, I think. I was just like, well, bless you for your lovely compliment that I look exactly the same that I did when I was when I was 9 or 10. But anyway, it was a powerful thing to be a part of. It was an honor to be a part of. It's not an honor that anyone wants in that case. You don't want to have to do something like this. But I was glad that I was able to come up and be a part of it. So thank you, Arudno. Thank you. That's very kind of you to say. I mean, I would, yeah, I mean, I certainly wasn't anywhere near as young as they were, but yeah, and I lost under very strange circumstances, and of course my mom, from cancer as well. So I appreciate that, though. It's very kind of you to say. And listen, a lot of people said to me they were really, I guess the words were really moving to them, and I had a lot of people who were just like, what you said was so incredibly important and all that. And I was like, and I kept saying the same thing you just said, which I was just like, well, he was the one who was inspiring them. He was the one who was kind of, in a way, it was the kind of concept, his presence, that was a part of it. He was a good guy. He was a good guy. He was a good teacher, a good, thoughtful person, and cared deeply about his family. And he was just one of those steady, solid presences. Even when you didn't talk to him for a couple of months because we were all busy with our own lives, you always just sort of knew. We both knew that we were a part of it. And it was, I guess, I gather it had been really important to him that I have a chance to speak at the funeral when he knew that was coming. He really wanted me to be there. So, I mean, if I had lived in Australia, I would have taken a plane, right? Like, I wasn't going to miss this. So anyway. Right, exactly, Horns fan. And in this case, it's one thing, people can go at any time, but this is the kind of thing, I mean, I just turned 50. This is the kind of thing that when I get into my, 80s and 90s, et cetera, I would expect that more of that might happen. But this is one of those that was just because he was in very good shape. He was an athlete, and this was a very rare form of bone cancer that just didn't respond to treatments. He actually did a couple of clinical trials at Yale, which will be helpful for them going forward with research work. But neither one of them worked for him. It was an odd, very strange form of bone cancer. It didn't respond well to the treatments that they tried to give him, and so it wasn't part of the plan that was there too. So yeah, I mean, sure, but like it's as a standard approach, though, you sort of think of it as kind of when different people go, and my goodness, yeah. Oh yeah, that's terrible, Emily. Yeah, it never gets easier, and I'm sorry to hear that. And yeah, I mean, again, this is what I've heard from so many people doing ARFCon, is that the reason people feel so dedicated to it, I think, is not just that it brings the community together to talk about working together for common purpose, which is always an important thing, but that there is a feeling, it's the same feeling that kind of made me want to start it, which was that I was just tired of feeling helpless, and just watching things happen that I couldn't do anything about. And this was a way to sort of choose things. And so I would ask tonight as we play that that people choose. Emily and I talked a bit about this. Choosing joy, right? Choosing to be positive about this time. I don't love the fatalistic, like, well, live every second like it's your last. Like, I mean, that to me doesn't do anything for me. What I would prefer to think of is take joy now in the moments you have now, not because like it's going to be over tomorrow, but because it's just another reminder of this is why our lives are so valuable to live as we live them. So do it now, but don't be, not like, well, listen, if you don't do it now, you'll run out of time. Forget about the running out of time. Don't think about it that way. Think about choosing joy as you live to the extent that you're able to do that. And I take some joy with being with all of you, a lot of it. And so I hope we will have that together. So, yeah. Like, I understand the sentiment behind it, but just choose joy, make it possible now. So yeah, it's good, Echo. That's good, Echo. And I want you all to be thinking about that too, about the importance of really not just choosing joy for you, but also for the people that care about you, and making sure that you're taking care of yourself to the extent you can. And part of that is by being connected with each other. And that is one thing that Ewan had. Ewan had a really strong support community because he lived Loomis Chaffee, where he taught, is a boarding school. So he had a wonderful community there. And he had his wife, and he had his children, and he had his parents, and he had, so he had his brother. So he had a lot of people there that were supportive, and his friends, of course. And he had a lot of people there that were supporting him, and that made a big difference, for sure. So that is something I'm very grateful for, that was at least the case. So yeah, absolutely. Okay. Now, with all that said, let us turn to that joy. I want to just talk quickly about the month ahead. I always try to do this at the beginning of the month. So I want to talk about the month ahead schedule-wise, because February is going to be a busy schedule month is what we've got here. And so this is what we got. Today we've got, of course, Sorcery for the Crown of Kings, as you folks know. Tomorrow we have got Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks. We have 2 weeks in a row for this, which is great. We will certainly be wrapping up, I think, with the, well, no, not I think, I know, we will be wrapping up with the Espergenesis characters portion of things at the beginning of the session tomorrow, and then we'll move into the fantasy characters. And if all goes well, we will wrap up both of them so that the next session, which would be starting on the 18th in a couple of weeks, possibly, but that next session then will have the climactic decision, the decision where they have to decide whether they're going to go with their fantasy character or their space character, their Espergenesis characters. That's going to be cool. I really am looking forward to that. Then we're going to be off Sunday, Monday. Tuesday, I will be back for Pen and Pixels, but I do want to mention, actually, I have to make one adjustment in the schedule. There is one adjustment, which is that it's starting at 2 o'clock, not 1 o'clock, and that's because the Crocs, a fellow streamer on GOGCOM, has a session before that that's going to end at 2. So we're going to be doing Chained Echoes, which is going to go from 2 to 4 p.m. Pen and Pixels, please note, GOGCOM first. Then I'm going to be back on my channel here at 5 p.m. Eastern for day 2 of Shire Adventures. I hope you folks had a chance to check out day 1. If not, the VOD is over on my channel. Please go see it. I think the chemistry and it's going to be really, really fun. You're going to love it. And it is that kind of brightness of tone that I think we're going to like as a part of this. It's going to be awesome. So there's that. Oh, that's really sweet, Emily. That's really sweet. That's really sweet. Yeah. I mean, and losing someone like that influential, that young, has got to be even more difficult. So I'm sorry to hear that happened, but I'm glad that you were able to have the connection with her. Okay, so Chained Echoes, Shire Adventures. Wednesday, Thursday off. Friday the 10th, a week from today, will be a special joint Speculate Twitch event of Court of Blades. If you have been having fun watching Court of Blades do its thing, in our last session, things went a little... got complicated, so I guess now there's like zombies walking the streets. No problem, like we can handle that. apparently. So that's going to be happening next week at on the 10th. Now, Saturday the 11th, we have no scheduled stream because I'm going to be at Farpoint in Baltimore. In fact, I'm going to be getting there Friday night. I have a panel at 4 p.m. If anyone is near Baltimore, please stop by. But I'm going to be doing a panel at 4 o'clock, and then I believe that's all I have on Friday. So I'll be streaming, since I don't have to actually do any production. I can just show up. I'm going to be streaming on Friday the 10th with all the lovely folks as we play Court of Blades. Then Saturday the 11th, I'm going to be, again, as I say, no scheduled stream. It's possible that there might be a stream that might show up on that day, but I am driving back from Baltimore Saturday afternoon rather than staying overnight on Saturday night. And the reason for that is that on the 12th, I am being super dad, let it be known, and I am going with my daughter to do you all know that my daughter, little Larv, loves baby goats and goats in general. And so there is a place not way far away from us where there is a goats and pajamas event. So you get to hang out with and cuddle with the goats, and you get to do little pajama things. My daughter has been essentially squeeing nonstop since this was a thing. There's goat yoga. There's many other things that are related to goats. And they actually do a bunch of really good nonprofit stuff as well on the farm in question towards animal education and a bunch of other things. So yeah. And it's all completely supervised, Anyway, so I'm going to be doing that. I'm coming back so I can be part of that mix. I'm going to be there. She's been goated, assimilated. It's so funny. She's very excited for it. So anyway, that's happening Sunday, and then I might go to get to go see a basketball game later that day. We'll see, possibly. But either way, it'll be fun. And then Tuesday the 4th. So anyway, the point of that being, I don't know if I'm streaming on Saturday the 11th. It's up in the air. Tuesday the 14th is more of this game, Sorcery for the Crown of Kings. That'll be back at the normal start time for the channel because we will have finished with our Shire adventures for the month. And so that'll be Sorcery for the Crown of Kings at noon Eastern. And then at 4 p.m. Eastern, we have got more Chained Echoes. So we'll be back to Chained Echoes, which again, really enjoying that game quite a bit. Friday the 17th, more Sorcery for the Crown of Kings. And then on Saturday the 18th, we've got Expedition for the Mysterious Peaks. Now, both of those sessions are slightly tentative, again, because I'm going to be up in another conference. I have 2 in a row. I'm going to be up in Boston for Boscone, which I'm excited about. Last time I was able to go, that was a couple of years ago, pre-COVID. And so I am back. I've been accepted and doing panels at Boscone. So I have those both on the schedule, but those are both tentative and they may not happen. It will depend, again, on how things look from the conference point of view. So 2 conferences in a row, 2 weekends in a row. So I don't know. Then Monday the 20th, we have our next Bag of Giving production, which is going to be cool. Bag of Giving will return with The Deep Forest, and we've got players Dave Ring and Jordan Shively and Avil Silver and Catherine Weaver, all to benefit charity. So that's going to be happening on Monday the 20th at 7 p.m. Eastern. Then Tuesday the 21st, we have a big day. We have the Fighting Fantasy Gamebook illustration stream with Tari Toons, Phantoms and Fear. Then at 4:15 p.m. over on GOG.com's channel, we have got Talisman Adventures, which is going to be a good time. And then we have got at 9 p.m. Eastern, we have the Vocalists and Citizen Sleeper. And hopefully this time I will be able to provide you a surprise. And actually, the surprise is going to be, number one, Dot, as you know, is stepped away for a while because of her promotion at Kobold Press. So we have a replacement for Dot, and I may even have another surprise on top of that, which I think we will actually be able to do this time. So that's Tuesday the 21st at 9 p.m. Then we are off a couple of days. Friday the 24th, we're looking at Inkle Sorcery Force. We've got more of the Crown of Kings. Saturday the 25th is Eberron, Oracle of War. We only have 1 Eberron this month, but that's going to be on the 25th. Then we're off Sunday, Monday, and we finish up the month of February 3 weeks from this coming Tuesday on the 28th with the Patreon-fueled Chat Chosen Game of the Month, and then D&D with GOG Ghosts of Saltmarsh. So that's what we've got going on. It's going to be super exciting. That's right. That said, you're right, Arudinel, but that said, I I don't want to spoil anything, but I'm very happy with these people that we got. I'm very happy. As you will see, these are people that will be well worth. I mean, not that anybody could replace Dot or anything like that. All of these people are amazing, but I feel pretty good about where we're at in terms of the people that we've got coming in. So that's going to be happening. So we got a big month. Well, sure, or Tren, or before that, George Ledoux or BB Wolf. I mean, these are all folks that did amazing stuff. Bonnie Gordon was with us for a brief period of time. We had, and obviously Russ, who is still on hiatus, on child hiatus, you might say. So, so we are very excited about it. Or Rob, obviously Darkside Rob. Rob is amazing, clearly, as you all know. So, there's all that. So, it's going to be a thing. By the way, I'm going on Monday after work. I'm going to see the Fellowship of the Ring at Radio City Music Hall with the live choir and orchestra playing the music. So I've always wanted to do that. I never had a chance. And Rob is actually singing in the choir at that production. So I was just like, okay, so that's going to be great. I think my daughter and I are both going to be seeing that. First time for her to see Fellowship of the Ring. Fellowship of the Ring is my favorite movie, actually, and so I'm super excited about it. It's going to be great. I'm pumped up for it. Yeah, I know. I need to make sure that I stick around, and I know it's true. That's actually true. I probably will be the first time that I am actually able to meet Rob in person after having known him for 8 years, 7 years, 8 years, something like that. So we'll finally get a chance to do it. It'll be great. So I'm excited. Yeah, I know, it is about time. You got that right. I met people from, across the world faster than I met Rob. But so anyway, so I'm going to be doing that on Monday. It'll be a good time. I will give you folks a full report. So yes, that's what February looks like. It looks very exciting. I am pumped up for it. Again, it is always a little tentative for the first couple of days. So especially around the conference attendance in the middle of the month, that's a little more up in the air. So just bear with me on that stuff, please. But otherwise, I think we'll be good to go. What's the first name he uses? He may end up calling me Arv by accident. John Helfers, whom I've known for a long time before, I ever started streaming on Twitch, let alone, having him involved with stuff on my channel. John once in a while just slips and calls me Arv on here because he sees me obviously at conventions in person. And I'm Greg there naturally, but he sometimes is like, what? It's old habits die hard. With that said, we do not want to die hard. We want to live a long time in sorcery and do that. So we're going to make that happen. So let's do it. Yeah, who's Arv exactly? Some people know the real names, but let's make this happen and let's do it. All right, I've got that set and here we go. Okay. Now, as you may or may not remember, in our last session, we had kind of an interesting, it was kind of a roller coaster, but it ended up working out in the end. We ended up with 14 out of 18 stamina. I believe that we have eaten a provision for the day, I think, although I'm not 100% sure now that I think of it, actually. I don't actually remember. I think we did. I don't remember. Anyway, so we did that. What, where, who, what? Oh, yeah, Chained Echoes. Yes, I am aware of that sale, and that will probably come into play possibly on this Tuesday Echo. Yes, I am familiar with that. And then this thing, what is this thing? All right, let me see. How prepared you are for winter. You look prepared. You look exceedingly prepared. You got to cover your head, though. Echo, you got to get that head covered, though. You need the full, this. Listen, as a native Norwegian, aren't you born wearing winter gear? Isn't the way that works? Don't you emerge from the womb and are literally like swaddled in a full ski outfit? Isn't that how that works? That's true. That's true. We can do that, Marinda. That's true. So we have that. We have 4 gold. We have no rations, but I think we did eat today. Our fox is back, which means that we can pray to our spirit if need be. Although, again, better idea to hold on to it if we can, so that if we get into a serious scrape, praying to our God can sometimes help us. And we gathered a lot of stuff together. As you can see, we are closing in on the fortress. We are right here in the middle of this area. We had to like cross the chasm using a snake and stuff. It was a long story. We got up here. So we came from here. We came from here. What we have not done is we have not gone to the smoke to the east. We have not gone north this way, and we haven't gone east either. And east, presumably, eventually is where we need to go because we need to head up this way to try to get into the Fortress of Mampang. So, with all of that said, let me actually fire up my ArvBot. Hang on a second, I got to fire up ArvBot so we can have that to use. That's Echo's indoor gear? All right, okay. Yeah. That's better. That's better. Now we're good. Yeah. Now I actually believe that you are fully prepared in every respect. That's an awesome hat. I agree. Windbird has it. It is that is a really good controller. Can confirm. Totally agree. Okay. Right. I don't need that. What I do need is the poll number. So, and hey, it's ArvBot Plus, everybody. Welcome, ArvBot Plus. Okay, let's drop that. Let's drop that. And where are? There we go. Great. Okay. Boop. Lovely. All right, let's make it happen, folks. So we have to decide where we want to go. Again, we're trying to avoid detection. We would like to get, as far as we know, the Archmage still does not know that we're coming. So the longer that we can delay him finding out, the better. So we definitely want some of that. And we also, we'll see what else happens when we get there, but we definitely want to be aware of those things. So with that said, in that spirit, we have already been inside this cabin. Again, we came from the trail. We did the rim. So that thing is done. So it's north, the smoke, and east. And in fact, I think I can see. Let's see. No. Right. So we're just moving. Right. Okay. So that's all we have is we're just moving. So the question is, where should we move? Do we go north? Do we go... Actually, let me just do it. North towards the smoke or east? And again, as you can see for yourselves, the smoke is over here. Sorry, smoke is over here. North is here. And then up here is the east, which is leading us towards the fortress that we eventually have to get into. The fortress, which is up there. Feast your eyes on that amazing map. So, yeah. There we go. And let's do it. Ow. Ow, Emily. Ow. So yes, $ vote space 1 if you would like to go north, which is in this direction. $ vote space 2 if you would like to go towards the smoke. $ vote space 3 if you would like to go east. And again, here's the map zoomed out a little bit. Here's us, and there's the Fortress of Mampang. This is all the stuff. We came up here, we randomly threw, fireballs into caves for no reason, randomly slaughtered someone, got into a fight with more of the same group of people that we had also were mad at us for slaughtering someone else. I don't know. Crossed over what we thought was a rope and turned out to be a snake, but we made it. Got up here, went up here, came over to this place, ended up dodging a patrol. We went up there. We ended up finding out also, we also found out that, that apparently everything changes when we get in the fortress and Libra will no longer be with us. So there's that. So a lot of stuff happened. No, we cannot go back to the beginning. We are not allowed to do that. Because that means we'd have to rewind all the way, and that would be... That's weird. Exactly. Effectively a Monday. If there's smoke, I'm there. That's true. Commander Dunsel says we're heroes. We run towards danger. Outstanding. Outstanding. Best to Commander Dunsel, too, by the way. Yes, outstanding. 100% towards danger. That's the... Yeah, well, we can save it, like, in a spot, but we can't save something and try it and then reload. So, like, presumably you would go right back to... I don't know where... I don't know. I don't know yet. Obviously, I haven't been inside the fortress yet, so I don't know what's going to happen, but it's going to be interesting. So, yeah. That's true. We did lay on those eggs, which was not what it was an accident, but, yeah, mistakes were made. Last call, last call. Wow. The wind, it is blowing. The wind, it is blowing. And I am ready as the temperature outside drops. Yep, it's 9 degrees now. I am ready, chat, to jump on board with my St. John's blanket to up the ante. I am ready. I am prepared. Okay, just bear with me 1 second. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, I think it's gonna. Mine is gonna. I think it's supposed to stay at like 2 or 3, but it's pretty close. I'm ignoring you about my reverse burlesque. Reverse burlesque. This is a very. I can't imagine anything less titillating than putting clothes constantly on. Like, let me tell you, if you want to see something special, watch as I add a further layer. I don't know. I'm not sure that that's. I'm not sure that that quite fits. All right. We have one with going towards the smoke. All right, chat. You want to go towards the smoke? We'll head towards the smoke. You break from the trail. Reverse strip is a thing in burlesque? Really? I did not know that. You approach from the trail and head across the loose dirt towards the rising smoke. The middle of the day is hot. The air begins to get warm. Sweat trickles down your back as you get closer to what appears to be a crack deep in the earth. I'm going to... Oh, is it really? No, that's funny. I'm actually going to read that over again, chat. I want you all to just drink this in, okay? The middle of the day is hot. The air begins to get warm. Sweat trickles down your back as you get closer to what appears to be a crack deep in the earth. Feel the warmth. The warmth, right? All right, now, I already probably know the answer to what this is going to be. So, very simple vote. $ vote space 1, approach the fissure. $ vote space 2, move around it. $ vote space 1, approach the fissure. $ vote space 2, move around it. That's your warmth when you get home from the outdoors. Yeah, exactly. This is a fantasy world. Right, exactly, Miranda. Ragnar, it's a $, but yeah, there you go. You got it. Also, hi, Ragnar. And hi to everyone that, good turnout today to start out. Hi to everyone that I didn't say hello to. Welcome, welcome. I hope everyone is having a good time, enjoying yourselves, and are staying warm if you are anywhere in the, certainly in the northeast of the United States or the surround or the environs, or if you were in a cold part of the world, I hope you're managing to keep warm. Once it drops 1 more degree, though, this St. John's blanket is going on. I'm telling you right now. This thing is comfortable. It's fleece. I actually really like fleece blankets. I really like fleece blankets. I have one really good one, which honestly, you know, if it gets crazy cold, obviously quilts and things like that are good. But I love the fleece because it just, I don't know, you get a lot of bang for your buck off of what is not even it's not super thick, but you get a lot of bang for your buck off of solid, good fleece blanket, honestly. In my experience. All right, last call, last call. Looks like people are, in fact, going to approach the Fisher. This is not surprising. This was as close to a slam dunk as I think I'm going to get in Sorcery, to be clear. Yeah, absolutely. And there is a feels like temperature. Amen. Oh, that's, yeah. That's good stuff. Sheet, knitted quilts, and a fleece. The knitted quilts, though, Rudinell, do have that, like, almost unearthly power to keep warm in some context. You know what I mean? Like, if you... Because people don't understand. You want the sheet first, then you put the quilts on top. Like, Afghans are like this, too. Pro tip. People who are like, you know, oh, I got an Afghan, but it's got all these holes in it. You don't, like, you know, literally it's knitted that way. This is not what you do with an Afghan. If you have an Afghan that's like the classic old style, you put the Afghan on top to weigh down, and literally the density of the stuff of the wool helps further warm the blankets below it. So you don't put the Afghan right on top of you. You go sheet, then Afghan, then, if you have it, another Afghan or a quilt, and then you go with the fleece. Or you can alternatively do sheet, fleece, Afghan, Afghan. But you don't put Afghan right on top of you because that's not how it works. All right, we are going to approach the Fisher. You make your way carefully to the Fisher's edge. It is almost pleasantly warm here. Chat, we are in big... Oh my goodness, chat, look at this. First of all, it's pleasantly warm here. It is a thing. I know, it really is. First of all, there's that. Secondly, look at what the third choice is. Okay, wait, let me finish with the read. Soft moss underneath your feet. Superheated steam bursts up every few minutes with a hiss. There is something else on the air, too. The sounds of the wind, surely, not voices. And look at this. Look into the vent. Listen closely. Cook in the vent. Chat, do you remember that we have items? We have got items here. Raw meat and 2 raw fish. Let's go. We can freaking cook the food finally. Thank the gods. All right. So, we've got all of those options. We can. All right. So what should we do? Say, question mark. How about nope? I have to have, well, Triffid, I'm waiting for Triffid Emats to show up because Triffid has been the one. Obviously, Mrs. Dunsel is always a huge fan of making sure we cook and eat food in these games, so I imagine that that's what Mrs. Dunsel's in favor of. But Triffid was big on the whole, when do we get to cook the raw meat, the raw fish? Now we have raw fish. It's not raw anymore, it's going to be cooked. So we can look into the vent. We can listen closely. We can cook in the vent. Actually, you know what? Wait. I forgot. I'm breaking my own rule. Whenever there's something that involves looking or listening, I do that. I don't have to ask chat about that. Listen closely. Straining to listen, you make out distinct voices coming from deep inside the vent. It's like standing on a balcony above a room full of whispering people, all crowding for attention at the edge of your hearing. But how can anyone survive down there? So look into the vent. The vent is a jagged crack in the earth. The black stone is deeply cut. Strange shapes flicker within the rising jets of steam, seemingly murmuring. The voices mutter and curse. All right, so this is the opening to Dante's Inferno, I see. So we could say, who's there? We could cook in the vent. We could make a move, or we could cast a spell. So for casting a spell, let's see what we've got. Here are our options for casting a spell. We have got D. Heal disease. It requires a medicinal potion. We do not have one, so we can't do that. We could go N. Oops. Nap. That causes sleepiness. That requires a brass pendulum. We do not have that, so we can't cast that. Oh, interesting. That one doesn't even have anything else associated with it. We could go R, A, rap. We could talk all languages. That's interesting, actually. That wouldn't cost us any stamina. So we could maybe understand them down there, because we do have a green wig. So that's a possibility. Could do that. We could resurrect the dead. Wow, we do have holy water, but that's going to use it up. I don't know if we... That's going to use our holy water. I don't know if we want to do that here. But, I mean, certainly not before we know what the heck it is that they're saying. Wow. We did use that once before earlier in this run in I think it was book 2. No, in Seven Serpents, and we did get some use out of it. Okay, I already did nap, right? Did I do nap? Yes, I did. That's the pendulum one, right? Yeah, no. Sleepiness. I already did that. Sorry. Never mind. Okay, we did R, we did Y. S, I think, is the other one. S. U. S. And sus. Sense danger. So actually, I'm going to change this around. Sorry, I'm going to change this around because we have more options here. So there's there. Okay. So, we can say who's there. We can cook in the vent. We can cast Rap, which is talk all languages, using our green wig. That doesn't cost us any stamina. We can cast Res, which resurrects the dead. That uses holy water. We do have holy water, and it won't use any stamina, but it would use up our holy water, so I don't know. We could cast Sus, which allows us to sense danger. That will cost us 1 stamina, so that's okay. Or we could make a move. So, up to you, chat. $ vote space 1 to say who's there. $ vote space 2 to cook in the vent. $ vote space 3 to cast Rap. $ vote space 4 to cast Res. $ vote space 5 to cast Sus. $ vote space 6 to make a move. I'm guessing the people that are in the fissure? I don't really know. I'm not sure. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, Rudnell. That's always just the spell stuff. This is very interesting. Very, very interesting. All right, get your votes in, chat. Get your votes in. Now is the time. There we go. Yeah. I mean, if I'm living, I don't know though, Brenda. If I'm living in a fissure, I'm not sure what to go. You know, like, I don't entirely know what to do with that idea. Maybe someone has the TV on too loud, right? Like that's all it is. They're just watching, and it's like they have on ESPN or something. I can't believe that he just drove the lane like that. Why would he actually do that? But you know, above you, just hear like. All right, going once, going twice. All right, we're gonna say, "Who's there?" Who's there? You call out. The voices become louder in response, crowding over each other, but they are speaking a language you do not recognize. There are no creatures near the vent despite the warmth it provides. Well, they're speaking a language that you do not recognize, but we actually do have the ability to understand that, and that's using our spell. So we could do that. So I'm going to reverse this a little bit to make it easier so I don't have to change everything. Okay. So, new poll, chat, is we can make a move. That's $vote space 1, make a move. $vote space 2, and that just means we leave. $vote space 2 means cook in the vent. So again, $vote space 1 is make a move. $vote space 2 is cook in the vent. $vote space 3 is cast rap, so you can talk all languages. $vote space 4 is cast res, uses holy water, and $vote space 5 is cast sus. So you can sense danger. First of all, I cast Unbabble. Thank you so much, Commander Dunson, for the Tier 1 sub. 49 months. My goodness. 48 months in a row. Thank you. Thank you, Commander Dunson. I appreciate that very much. I hope you're doing okay. Welcome, welcome. And, yeah. So, yeah, that's what we've got. So, you can $vote space 1 is make a move. $vote space 2 is cook in the vent. $vote space 3 is cast rap. I was tickled with quills. Make a move, says Echo Alpha. Thank you so much for the resub, Echo. The 6-month gift power continues. Thank you, thank you. Well, little Arvania with goats. Well, he's still mini Arvin to me. Mini Arv. He's doing great. He's doing great. He's been reading all, I think I told, you may have been here when I talked about this, but I've been reading through all the Tintin books with him, which is just what I did. I read all the Tintin books with my daughter, with Little Arv as well. So yeah, he's been really loving those. We're like, I think we're into Red Rackham's Treasure, so we're like 6 or 7 books into the series. He's really been having a good time with those. You know, I just got his report card, all A's, although frankly, in first grade, you know, like, I'm not saying it's a high level of difficulty, but all A's. And yeah, he's been doing well. I think he's been quite disappointed, honestly, that there isn't more snow. Like, we've had like essentially no snow, like a dusting, maybe 2 inches total over the entire winter so far. So, and I mean, like, it's been so warm that it really hasn't even been like a thing where I could just go. I can't drive up to Vermont right now, right? So normally though, I live in Connecticut. I could drive like someplace where there'd be some kind of reasonable tubing, but like not really, because even the places that have artificial snow, the snow condition is terrible because it's just not cold enough. So, you know, he's been disappointed about that. At least he'll be able to get some better artificial snow maintenance here with the snow, with the cold that we've had, you know, here and tomorrow. But, you know, he's been a little disappointed about that. Come to Norway. I would love to come back to Norway, Echo. I'm hoping to get back there someday for sure. I really enjoyed Norway. I liked Oslo, I loved Flan, and I loved Bergen. Bergen was beautiful. So I have many fond memories of Norway. And Mrs. Arv was pregnant with little Arv when we were in Norway, actually. So, man, that was unbelievable. 15 years ago. That means, because we were at this conference that we went to in 2007 is when it was. 15 years ago. Good It doesn't. Hey, yeah, exactly. It's been like not even a yeah. It's like, and like that's the thing. People are just like, oh, it's great, no snow ever. I'm like, okay, look, I'm not saying that I want blizzard after blizzard. You know, poor Cat Rambo, when I told him about this, was just kind of like, yeah. I'm at the I have to turn around and tell the weather to F off stage of closing the door, because Indiana has just been hit. The Midwest has been hit with just like storm after storm after storm. But like, I don't live in Florida. So like I like having the seasons. I love spring when it's spring, and summer when it's summer, and fall when it's fall, and winter when it's winter. So I would, a little bit of snow is okay, but we've had just nothing this time around. Very warm in Detroit, just not now. Yeah, exactly. Tonight is a notable exception. Right, Mrs. Dunsel? Like, yeah. Absolutely. That's how I feel about it. Is I like having the seasonal changes. So Detroit hasn't had anything. I say, yeah. All right, I'm going to close this because it sounds like you all want to cast rap. So, see if they're probably going to say something like delicious meat or something like that. Delicious raw meat. Okay. Okay. Pulling out the green wig, you put it on and cast the spell. The voices from the crater transform into cacophony of overlapping curses, wails, and complaints. They are confused, many of them hardly making sense. Normally, I would do my thing here where I would say, okay, I'm going to do this because it's listening. But the last option on this feels weird to me. So that's why I'm going to leave it open to chat. So we can listen, we can speak to them, or we can cancel the spell. I guess cancel the spell may just be as simple as like, so we can cook the meat or something. Maybe that's what that means. But that seems odd to me. So listen, speak to them, or cancel the spell. There you go, Dunsel. And so you can complain about whatever the mayor is that happens to be in at the moment, and about how they don't know how to manage snow removal. Like, that every mayor, like, Bloomberg, de Blasio, Giuliani, like whoever it is, Adams, obviously, like, they're all just like, sometime they mess up. Although, it was not, I don't think it was last year, it was the year before this, I want to say, driving home when I had the worst traffic situation of all time. At the time, I lived in the Bronx, and I teach at St. John's, of course, which is in Queens, New York. So typically, that drive is about 45 minutes. In this particular case, I left at, I think it was 6. No, I left at 7. I left the area at 7. And I got home at about 6:30 in the morning. 11 and a half hours. It was ridiculous. And it was the reason was because it was sort of an unexpected freeze, and a bunch of the plows got stuck. It was a nightmare. No, I'm sure you do, but I just, you know what I'm saying? Like all New Yorkers do that about that. Well, because I was driving a fuel-efficient car. I was driving, I think, my Honda CR-V, which is actually... Yeah, because I don't think we had either one of the... We have 2 hybrid RAV4s now, but we didn't have a hybrid at the time. I think that was our CR-V, which was not... That's actually not that fuel efficient, I should say. The mileage was not great. But I filled it up before I left the Queens area, because I looked at Google Maps, and it was just a sea of red. It was just red roads everywhere, and I was like, "What the fuck?" That was something. I like started. It was a Thursday night, and I remember it because I listened to a Thursday night football game. I listened to the pregame, the entire game, the postgame, the reaction to the postgame, and I still had another like 4 hours after that. It was, oh my gosh! It wasn't even the thing is it wasn't even a big storm. There wasn't like feet of snow on the ground. It was like a little bit of ice that they hadn't expected that just screwed a bunch of stuff up. Man, that was a nightmare. Rent a hotel room. I thought about it. In some circumstances I might have, but the thing is, Miranda, I couldn't even get to a hotel. Right? Like it was a disaster. And the only thing I think I could have done See, now what I probably would do in a scenario like that is I probably would drive east into Long Island. I would get onto the ferry, and I would go up on the ferry into southern Connecticut. I would probably do that. But at the time, it makes no sense. If I'm living in the Bronx, I obviously am not going to go east, take the ferry, go up to southern Connecticut, and then drive west all the way back to the Bronx. Although, ironically, had I done that, I still would have been back earlier. Because if you figure that it takes, like, say, 2 hours to get to the Bronx from southern Connecticut from where I am, or, from where the ferry is, I should say, and it takes, like, an hour and a half to get to and over, 4 hours. So, yeah, if I had done that, and it took me, like, 5 hours, I would have been home by midnight instead of, like, it's crazy. All right, let's see. Yep, the temperatures have dropped. Chat, the temperatures have dropped. So you know what that means. Time has come, chat. St. John's, warm me. Protect me, St. John's. Further layer. Now we're cooked with gas. Now I have one more. I mean, technically I could also go down and get a couple of other blankets, but like I have another option up here even still. Actually, wait a minute. You know what? How about I do this in front first? Okay. Better. Okay. So I actually have another quilted thing over there that's like the final frontier for basically stuff that I have up here. So, oh man. Okay. What do we got? Yeah, blah 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 blah. Okay, and -4 real feel. Good gravy. Okay, we're gonna listen. You listen for a few moments, picking out a few voices here and there. They are demanding to know where they are, what year it was. One has lost a donkey. Another complains of a stomachache. They are nothing more than human, even though they are almost certainly quite dead. Wow. So that's why the whole res spell, because theoretically you could raise the dead. Woof, I don't know. Anyway, so now it's a very simple choice at the moment, chat, which is just $ vote space 1, we speak to them, or $ vote space 2, we cancel the spell. So it's all a bunch of ghosts. Oh, yeah, for sure, Mirinda. For sure. I'm also going to check out... Give me a second, because I'm also going to check out and make sure my heater is doing its thing. Yeah, it is, but it's struggling. I mean, when it's trying to run 4 units off of one, off of that unit, and it's this cold, it's a bit of a struggle. Also too, it is right now, it's like 16, outside it's got to be like 13 or 14% humidity. So everywhere I walk, like as I'm walking around in the office, it's about 16 to 17% humidity in here, which is too dry. because of how cold it is. And so as I walk along, I also like there's all these static electricity like little shocks, because when it's this dry, static electricity is much easier to build up as you're walking along. So it's something. Well, we can't see anything down there. We just see this fissure. Presumably no one could survive a fall into it, so I guess we're just making an assumption. Hey, what's up, Drew? Oh, really? So okay, so right now, as of right now, outside, Drew, it is... Right now, it is 9 degrees. Heading down to a low of 3, maybe 2 degrees. Tomorrow it's going to be a high of 23, a low of 21, and then Sunday it jumps up to 45, 36, and then it's going to go like 48, 45, 50, 50. It's right back into the 40s and 50s again. -10, my God, VTech, what's up? Good to see you. Stay warm. Feels like -37, -22. Oh my goodness. Warming slowly. 4 wind chill, -18. Yeah, I didn't even know what the wind chill is. Oh, that's nice. See that? There you go. Yeah, I will show this to him actually, Echo, so he can just, tomorrow when he's awake, I can show this to him and he can be like, "Oh, snow." What I guarantee he'll say is he'll be like, "I want to go there." And I'll be like, someday, my son. It's 52 Fahrenheit inside. 52 here in California. What's that wind? -100. Oh God, Arudnell. Are you like blanketed and are you hanging? Are you like blanketed and covered enough? Because like it starts getting lower than that, and that's, as you know, that's no bueno. So are you able to like be at least blanketed? I hope. Just hit 1 in Northwest Connecticut. Oh my God, I remember the days, man. Obviously, Connecticut's not that big a state, but I grew up in Northwest Connecticut, as I think we may have talked about before, so. All right, yeah, seriously, man. Okay. All right, we're going to speak to them. You greet the voices, and they respond with surprise. Green shadows flicker near the vent. You can hear us? One asks. Can you see us as well? Do we still exist? Ooh. Wow. So we could say yes, we could say no, or we could say you are dead. Or we could say, can I cook on your vent? No, we're not going to ask that. Yes, no, or you are dead. It'll freak it into a freaking yurt. I hear that. Yeah, it's true, Marinda. That's true. But I have to say, I do like the snow because I never lost that feeling of getting, a snow day still is fun. But I do like the snow, mostly because I love, how much fun the kids have with it. And I do enjoy it. Again, in reasonable quantities. There was a winter we had, I want to say maybe Mrs. Dunsel and Commander Dunsel might remember, like 3 or 4 winters ago. It was ridiculous. Like, there was a stage where school got canceled, like my semester got canceled, the classes got canceled, like 2 or 3 class days. There was something like, I don't know, it was some ungodly amount of snow that dropped on the region in like a 6-week period. And that was too much. Like, I don't want that. But some snow, yeah. True. That's true. Although in some cases, a Rudinell, I also means that I don't have it kind of is a pain for me to deal with on the other end because then I have to figure out how I get in the content that I need to do for the semester. But yes, you were right. That is true. Actually, what a snow day often means in terms of the channel is usually like it's a snow day, I have fun with the kids, whatever, and then when I come in, a lot of times what I do is that's when I do a retro and television snow day cast. Those are a lot of fun, actually. Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you. It's true. Yeah, sorry, Marinda. Hot is not a valid option. So, chat, what do you think? We have 1 vote for no and 1 vote for you are dead. $ vote space 1 is yes. $ vote space 2 is no. $ vote space 3 is you are dead. In fairness, I did still have to. Didn't have to do it last year when I was here. We never got snow that was enough to make it an enormous problem. We got some, but not a ton. The year before, when we had that big blizzard or whatever, I did still have to shovel off all the sidewalk in front of my house, all the way up to the walk, shovel out so that we could actually get the cars out front. So I did, in fairness, have to shovel out eventually, but I did not have to shovel out that very morning, so that was a big advantage, admittedly. Listen, Ragnar, all right? No one wants California smug in here. And anyway, if you were in Sacramento, you'd be singing a different tune, right? California is its own freaking country, essentially, so... yeah, if you're living in southern LA, and it's like talking to Tren about it, right? And Tren's, oh, it's so brutal here, blah, 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 right? And Tren loves storms. So Tren would love nothing better than to have constant wind storms and lightning storms, and Tren loves that. But, man, all these, like, California, Zach and all these people, oh, go, it's 70, and humidity is 55%, what will I do, 100% I sometimes do that, Commander Dunsley, yes. Today I actually did have a little ice cream with my daughter, and which may seem odd, but yes, I do sometimes do that. And you get the people who are just kind of like, hot tea is also good. But yeah, I do like hot chocolate. And you get this, sometimes people are just like, what's actually good for you is to drink lukewarm. I'm like, listen, I'm going to drink hot chocolate. I don't want to drink hot chocolate that is going to obliterate my tongue. I don't want to drink lava. But I'm also not going to drink a cold drink because of your silly science about these things, okay? Give to me the warm drink. I actually did that sometimes with my son in New York a couple of years ago when Kalen was younger. I would take him to Starbucks, and they have a kid, which is right near where I was picking him up from, and they have a kid's hot chocolate, which is basically just like hot chocolate but warm and not hot. And we would sit there and like have hot chocolate and chat. It was cool. Snowstorm like no other. Oh, yeah, he'd be jealous. Yeah, sometimes a Rudinell. Like, ice cream, I like ice cream anyway, but although I did see today, I was very tempted, and they had ice cream. They had a warm cinnamon bun. Like, they warm it up and then put, like, a scoop of ice cream on top of it. I was like... But then I ended up going with the regular ice cream. But I thought about it very seriously. I love cinnamon buns, especially when they don't have raisins. Yeah. Last call. I would raise an exception to that. I see what you did there. There's just no need for that linguistic violence. That's good. That's good. Actually, is cinnamon? Are cinnamon buns a fairly big deal? I don't remember that when I was there. Echo, are cinnamon buns and pastries like a fairly big deal in Norway? I remember fresh bread in Norway being really good. Obviously, fish and seafood. But I don't remember anything about whether there was like the pastries like cinnamon buns and stuff like that. Yeah. Good. I mean, man, there's a cinnamon bun is just. It is. How can you? How can you beat it? Well, listen. They're wrong. Okay. The answer is no. Do we still exist? No. They erupt in Wales. Oh, I feel bad for them. Okay, so $ vote space 1, we say, who are you? $vote space 2, we say, can I aid you? $vote space 1, who are you? $vote space 2, can I aid you? Yeah, what did he say, Horns fan? I want them to be like, we are the knights who say ni. Cobbler with ice cream or custard. That is quite good. That is quite good. I love ice cream. Like on the dessert side, I love ice cream. I love chocolate cake and golden chocolate cake too. Like I love cake. Cookies are good too, but like, and man, do I love cinnamon buns. Are so good. Yeah, honestly, if I could only have one dessert, I feel like probably a cinnamon bun. Good cinnamon bun is just so good. Yeah, you know what, Horns? You're right. Clearly, I made an error. I made an error in judgment. I mean, it's what? It's like 10:40 Eastern right now. If I leave now, it's about a half hour. 25 minutes. If I leave now, I should be able to get there at like 11:10. I'll live stream the whole thing. Then I'll break into the place. I'll be like, give me the bar now. I do have to go back and get that. Because the thing is, they had this big thing. They're like, special warm cinnamon bun a la mode. And I'm like, I seriously was considering it. Vegan tiramisu. That does sound good, actually, Emily. Vegan tiramisu. All right, last call, last call. Weirder crimes have been committed. I had this reaction once when I was in, of all places, it was Chili's, and they had I think they called it chocolate chip paradise pie. And my wife and I were just in there having dinner, and we saw, they were like, all right, well, we'll share that dessert. We took a bite of that dessert, and both my wife and I were like, it was ridiculous how good that dessert was. It was very good. And it was called like, it was like it wasn't chocolate chip. It was like a cinnamon something paradise pie. It was spectacular. And the next time, we ended up having it again when we went back like a month or a month and a half later or something. And it wasn't as good, but oh man, was that good. Woo! Tell you what, y'all, that was solid. Yes, exactly. You leave the plate of Mortal Resistance just like for one moment. Yeah, it was pretty good. Okay. Can I aid you? Can I aid you? How can one aid the dead? Put out the fire, one cries. Are you not the Analander? Oh, snap. You freeze. Wow. They want us to put out the fire. Are you not the Analander? They know who we are. Okay, so who is the Analander? I am a mere traveler. I am the Analander. Or I cannot help you. Now, I have to say, chat, we need to be careful here because, and I want to say careful on two levels. Yes, we don't want to go telling everybody in the world that we're the Analander because we're trying to get into the fortress secretly. However, clearly these people who are dead are not like the Archmage's spies. So clearly that's not the issue. So they may be thinking of us in a positive way. So we've got to balance a few factors here in our response. So choose your words carefully. It may be worth telling them that we are the Analander because these are not servants, right, of the Archmage, clearly. But who is the Analander? Plus, especially what they said first. The first thing they said was, put out the fire, and then said, "Are you not the Analander?" So, who is the Analander? I'm a mere traveler. I am the Analander, or I cannot help you. Of course, what worries me a little bit, though, is does that mean that someone did get here and managed to get the word out, or because they are dead and they are ghosts, have they heard things about us? That would be interesting. I do not care. I cannot help you. Wow. Wow. I think it unlikely, though, Marinda, because everything is pushing us towards this idea that they are, in fact, dead and ghostly figures. And this seems much more likely a place where you, toss the people that disobeyed you than it seems like a place why would the Archmage put spies of his down in a fissure? It seems like a weird, odd play, like a strange defense system. I don't know. So, I mean, of course, we can't know for sure, but... Yeah. Yeah. He is the Archmage. He is the Archmage. The guy. You know how fast gossip travels in the ethereal plane. Hey, Drew, despite how cold it is, are you keeping warm? Are you and your family okay? Despite how, because we're warm enough here, but definitely it struggled because of how freaking cold it is outside. So the mini splits trying to run off on that one side. Apparently, my bedroom is apparently comfortable, I am told, because that's on a separate unit. So that will be nice. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, see, right now, it's about 65 and a half degrees in here. And my heat is not keeping up either. Yeah. Normally, I like to keep it around 71 or 72, maybe, somewhere in there. So yeah, this is a little colder than normal, but but like I say, it's enormous wind chill, and it's right now outside. Still 9 degrees, heading towards 7. I wonder what my... Yeah. They actually had even sent a warning to have our water faucets at a trickle because of the danger of frozen pipes. So I was like... Yep. Yeah, that's I'm concerned, Runel, because of how cold it is for you. Like you said, the yurt. I guess the good news is that we can run whatever computer stuff you want. You're not going to overheat it, but good God. Okay. I am the Analander. All right, here we go. I am the Analander, you declare. The Great One, the one who was to come, the voices reply. Our Savior, our hope. Wow, this is rough. It is too late for you. You tell them, you are dead. Rivers of death run under the citadel beyond. The people within are trapped and live their lives as grain in the Archmage's mill. The voices are all shouting, but the common chorus breaks through. Break the spell. Break him. We will rise. Holy crap. This does not happen in the book, people. We will rise? How cool is that? All right, well, listen, let's take the next step. How can I reach him? I will destroy him. or I cannot help you. Yeah, seriously. Wow. It was badass. Break him. I will break him. But I want to know how to reach him. I want to be like, how do I get there? Hey, while we're on the subject, oh yeah, I'll destroy him for sure. How do we reach him? It does. This diverges like so Shamantanti Hills sticks fairly close to the book, although there are definitely departures. Kare City Port of Traps takes a step further away from the book, although there are still elements, but it does definitely take a step further, so there's that for sure. Seven Serpents is quite different. Yeah, there are elements that are the same, of course, in each case, but the whole thing with the towers and the beacons and all that is all totally different. And then Crown of Kings, we'll see. But so far, there have been a lot of things, including this section, that extend way out from where the book is. Pretty wild. Pretty wild. What's up, Leoric? Have come to the dead, and the dead followed. One of the great lines there. What's up, Polar? Thank you for the tier 1 sub, man. I hope you're doing well, Polar. I hope you're staying well. And I hope you're staying warm, too, actually, in this subject. Towering vegans, the Jolly Green Giant. And the dead followed is one of my favorite lines. One of my favorite lines out of the Return of the King. I want to find the exact line. Yeah, I love this. I love this. This is... Oh, okay. Nothing assailed the company nor withstood their passage, and yet a steady fear grew on the dwarf as he went on, most of all because he knew now that there could be no turning back. All the paths behind were thronged by an unseen host that followed in the dark. The others pressed on, but he was ever hindmost, pursued by a groping horror that seemed always just about to seize him, and a rumor came after him like the shadow sound of many feet. He stumbled on until he was crawling like a beast on the ground and felt that he could endure no more. He must either find an ending and escape or run back in madness to meet the following fear. But the next day there came no dawn, and the gray company passed on into the darkness of the storm of Mordor and were lost to mortal sight. But the dead followed them. The people who want to tell me that Tolkien is, and thank goodness there are very few of them, but once in a while you get this Yahoo who's just kind of like, Tolkien's really kind of boring. I beg you to read that sentence and tell me that a guy who can write, the next day there came no dawn, and the gray company passed on into the darkness of the storm of Mordor and were lost to mortal sight, but the dead followed them. Tell me that guy can't write. Oh my God. But the dead followed. So good. Oh, God. Amazing. I love that so much. Okay. All right, well, let's find out. How can I reach him? How can I reach him? He hides in his tower, the voices reply. He hides from us, from the dead, from death. But his tower door has a key. Something rolls up from the vent and rests by your foot. You pick it up, a vial of water that sparkles with light. Oh, freaking let's go! Do not drop it, murmur the voices. It is blessed of Chaoth himself. Let's freaking go! Yeah, it's under the rock by the door. That's badass! Yeah, it makes you wonder, Rudno. That's why he typed. Very funny, Dunzel. But this is the thing, though. I know you know this, but like freaking longhand. He wrote the manuscript in longhand. I will kick it. Kicking the bed. Kicking it. What? They just put the freaking... I want to pick that up and have them be like, and the dead followed. This is amazing. I'm so glad we came to this fissure. We got the warmth. Hopefully they'll let us cook over the vent too. Freaking got the whatever this magic awesome water is. We got called the savior because the Analander. I believe I need to think about this. The Hobbit was totally longhand. I'm not sure whether Tolkien actually used a typewriter in the end. But originally, a lot of it, he had very good handwriting. But I don't know. I'm actually going to look this up quickly because I don't know. And see. Because I do know that later on he did. I take this back. Because I do remember that he did get a typewriter later, but I don't know if he wrote it on that. Hold on. Let me see. So he did. He did actually type it on that. Yes. He typed it on a portable typewriter. He typed it on a portable typewriter. He said, actually, this is interesting. I didn't know that. So he typed the entire manuscript on a typewriter. And he said, he wrote to a friend, I like typewriters now, and my dream is of suddenly finding myself rich enough to have an electric typewriter built to my specifications to type the Feanorian script. That's pretty awesome. That's wild. I know, right? Well, the first typewriter that he used apparently was this super heavy thing that was like crazy, crazy heavy, and it allowed you to literally change out. Apparently, I just read this just now. I never knew any of this. I knew that he handwrote initially, and then I didn't know whether he wrote or typed Lord of the Rings, so he typed it apparently. But he had this like very heavy typewriter that he could change the font on the keys for like italics and stuff. So it was very kind of advanced for its time, but then he like portable. And it says that he typed it on his bed. I have done that myself. I have typed away on my laptop, sometimes propped up on a pillow, just sort of hanging out writing. Yep. My dad had one of those. Actually, I never typed on it, but I still have somewhere that exact thing. I have a typewriter built into its own suitcase, the same deal. And then in high school, I actually typed everything on an electric typewriter until, because we didn't actually get a computer until my freshman year of college. And I lived at home for the first 2 years of college, and that's when I was starting to use a computer. My first word processed document was my philosophy take-home final from like the spring semester of 91, so like my freshman year of college was the first time. That's pretty awesome. Yeah. Oh man, the dot matrix with the paper on the side that you had to rip off. You know what I mean? Because they were held with the holes, and then you had to like peel. Yeah, peeling the sides off. Yeah. You typed up the blank character sheets and handouts with THACO tables on a typewriter. I wonder if anybody knew on a laptop, on a couch or bed. Yep. I have done some on a desk, depending on the situation, but a lot of it is on a couch or bed. Same, Emily. The typing out the blank character sheets, the mimeograph machine, Dunsel, makes me think about all the ditto sheets that we used to get that I got in high school that were all in purple because there's all the mimeograph purple ink. Oh man! All right, so there we go. We are going to pick it up naturally. You lift it up. A vial of holy water, powerful certainly, but how will it open the door of the Archmage's tower? The spell begins to fade. You take the wig from your head and their words become meaningless sounds once more. Okay, I'm going to hold the vial up to the light. You lift the vial up to the light, and for a moment, do not drop it. You seem to see the laughing face of a cruel god in the shimmers of light. Then it is gone. The steam hisses up and then settles on the nearby moss like dew. Interesting. So we have another vial of holy water. That's good to know. I'm glad. Okay, so now, chat, we can cook in the vent. We can also cast a spell. The Ditto machine for teachers, nice. Yeah, exactly. It looks so pro. Okay, let's see. We still do not have that. I'm just seeing if these are the same things. That's Doc. We don't have that. Okay. So, we could... Alright, so it's going to be the same spells. So, we can cook in the vent. We could cast... wrap. You know what the deal is with wrap. We could do that again if you want. But we've already spoken to them, I think. We could cast sus. Sense danger, but I mean, we've already been here, so I don't know what the benefit of that is. And it costs us 1 stamina, too. As well. Or make a move. But we can also cook in the vent, chat. Yep. That thing with it, and it was on that big round drum, right? The thing was like jugga like that metal drum with the purple. Oh man, so many freaking math documents that had that purple ink. Oh. Oh shoot. I forgot. You're right, Ragnar. Wait a second. Hold on. I screwed up. 100% right. I forgot about that. We do have cast res as well. But then again, that's holy water, and we have, I think, a vial of it or 2, but I don't know. They're still down in the fissure, right? I don't know how they get out. Sorry about that. I apologize, chat. I left that out. My bad. Thanks, Ragnar. All right. So we can either cook in the vent, cast wrap, which is understand languages. It uses a green wig. Doesn't cost stamina. We could cast sus, sense danger, 1 stamina. Or we could make a move. Now, the only thing about rezzing someone is, I don't know what we res them for. I don't like, rezzing them doesn't mean that they come up out of the fissure, right? And also, we only have the holy water vial, so I'd be a little worried, like the one they gave us, I think. So, we do have 2 measures of holy water. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. We resurrect them and they immediately cook. You operated the mimeograph machine for 3 years, my grades in grade school, until they found out I'd been using it to run off my D&D prints. That's funny, Dunsel. Yeah, that's my worry too, Leoric. That's true. I hadn't thought about that. You raise them and they immediately just burn to death again. Because there's still fire down there, so it's like, yeah. This is Dunsel. Cook. I hope they at least, congratulated you on your initiative, Commander Dunsel. I hope they at least did that. Eat without cooking anything. We've had this raw meat for a while. I guess it is a little weird now that I think of it, but look, we need to get this meat and fish cooked. Because we have two, I think we've got 2 rations of, we have a ration of raw meat and 2 rations of raw fish. So that we need that are not cooked and not edible yet. I don't know. I'll bet, Dudsel, I'll bet. $ vote space 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right. Going once. Going twice. Really? They just said it was night and then moved on? Oh, man. So much possibility there. Okay. You put the crying voices out of your mind. You unwrap the portions of raw meat and fish you have been carrying and roast them in the fire. The smell makes your empty belly groan and grumble. Oh, okay. Now, so we have not eaten today then, this morning. That's what that means, empty belly. So we have not eaten today. So we have 3 rations. So we do need to eat 1 ration a day. So should we eat, chat? Just like a quick call, just a quick vote here. $ vote space 1 is eat. $sign vote space 2 is don't eat. Because we would only use one ration. We would still have 2 rations left over, and we do need to eat one today. So... that is so badass that we found these people that were like, here, have a vial. Like, woo. Go check the... what now? Go check the door outside. What do you mean? There is something waiting for me outside. Okay. I'm going to go check what might be waiting for me outside. My house entrance. Okay. I'm going to go look now. I'll be back, chat. Yeah, it's not a cinnamon bun, but I do have a box. I do have a box here, as you can see. What? That isn't it? That's the only package that was at my house entrance. I mean, this is addressed to me anyway, so... oh. Let's see. It's not it? Well... Okay, well, one of these things is my daughter's because I recognize it. One of these things... Oh, yes, is the Lego Muppets that, yeah, that they ordered. I know about that. And then there's this random thing. No idea what this is. Wasn't me this time, I swear. I mean, I got the mail already, so it's like the other... Oh, no, okay, so that is also for my daughter. Okay. All right, I'm going to go to the side entrance, but there was nothing else at the front entrance. Are you sure? Are you sure? Because that was the only thing that was at the front entrance. You sure? I mean, I'll go back down. I don't, you know. I need to bring this down to them anyway. It's the 500 pounds. Okay. Why would they get me 300 pounds? Well, that would be 300 pounds of going in compost. That would mulch my garden for... Can I turn on the porch lights? This is beginning to creep me out slightly. The delivery guy can't see the address. Okay, I'll be right back. This is very odd. Hang on. Be right back. Okay. My lights are on, though I am confused. I don't even know what this is about. No, it's fine. It's fine. I just I don't know what it's about. I'm very amused by all of this, even though I don't know what's going on. I completely trust the Dunsels, to be clear. I have no concerns. I'm not actually creeped out. I'm just sort of like... Yeah, I mean, should I be waiting at the door? Is he gonna knock? I have this image of him knocking. Should I be waiting at the door maybe or something? No, not yet. I feel like I'm in this like weird like... Okay. All right. It's also strange to me. You're able to like monitor this right down to the level of the door. Exactly. He's like, I'm lost. Okay. All right. I shall continue with the game. I'm extremely curious now. Speaking of all that, we decided to eat the thing. Yeah, that seems reasonable. 2 rations, 17 out of 18 stamina, and we've eaten for today. Oh man, we are cooking with gas. Absolutely cooking with gas now. Okay, so now what we've got is we can cast rep. We can cast... We're literally cooking... We are, it's true. We are cooking with volcanic gas. Cast sus. Cast res. Oh, also I should say sense danger, 1 stamina. I think that horse has left the barn. Like, sensing danger, I think we already know. Cast res, which is... uses holy water. That's the only thing that worries me is using up holy water, but maybe this... I don't know. And also, they're still down in the fish. We're just going to burn them again. Or make a move, which basically means leave. What we got? We're literally cooking with volcanic sulfur. I actually was looking into this. I'm sure many of you have heard the stories about gas stoves being problematic as they're increasingly discovering, and we do have a gas stove that obviously came with the house. But we were looking into at some point down the line, because we obviously have kids and would prefer that they not be struggling with... my wife had asthma and all that. So I was thinking that like the alternative is like, oh yeah, and then it's like an electric, you get an electric stove. I am like way behind the times, because I was thinking about it as like your standard, what I grew up with as a kid, which is like the resistance coils, right, that heat up and then create heat. No, it's all about, it is all about the induction now. And I was like, this whole thing with like electromagnetic blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh, wow, really? And apparently they heat up like very fine gradations, like from very low to very high and lots of in between. And they heat up very fast because they're basically heating the pot instead of like the pot becomes the equivalent of the burner. So there's that. And like, it's just crazy. Like, I was like, wow, I didn't know. Right. No, I know. Now I know. I didn't realize that that's what it actually was. I didn't realize that like induction's where it's at. I didn't know. Okay, hold on a second here. Hang on, I am speaking to my mysterious benefactors. No, they're like apparently legit. They're not a gimmick. Apparently they work really well. I read a bunch of stuff about them. I had never heard about that. Okay. Right. Yeah, exactly. They're apparently more efficient and they cook faster and like all this stuff. I just had never I didn't know that. I for some reason just assumed it was like the and apparently also so it means that the actual burner, like the stove top, doesn't get nearly as hot as a result. So, they do have things where the light glows under the right burner, but some of the modern ones where you can't really tell if a burner's on or not, and you'd be worried about whether someone would burn themselves. Apparently, it's much less likely to happen with this because it's the pot that gets more hot than the burner. So it's pretty crazy talk. Oop, hold on a second. Ah! Headphones fall. Yeah, that's super cool. Super cool. They're they're pricey. So, it's the kind of thing that we need to save up a little bit. But I could see us doing that. I mean, the more that we get off of, we have, that's the only thing we use for gas is the gas stove. But we would like to, we're trying to get off of oil almost entirely and switch to which is why we're doing all the mini split stuff. Plus increase insulation, replace windows, all that. And then trying to get off gas too, so that basically it's just electrical. And the hope is that the electricity, with very efficient things like the mini splits, and the hope is that will be offset by the solar panels. So that's our hope. Yeah, it's true. We have an Instant Pot, which we have used for like rice cooking and like making oatmeal and like a whole bunch of other things. We have an Instant Pot, and we have an air fryer that someone got us for Christmas, which has been good too for certain things as well. So, like the Instant Pot, air fryer, and and basically a stovetop, like an electric, like an induction stove, and a microwave, and that's it. Right, you need pots, but I understood that a lot of pots are compatible, though, is what I heard. So, we already installed it. And we lease them to begin with, Dragon. We are going to buy them out eventually from the company, but we could never have afforded to buy them directly. So we leased them, which meant it didn't cost us anything. And then we can buy them, which we are planning to do when we save up enough. We will then buy them outright. And it will end up offsetting roughly half our electricity use. So our thought was we get off of oil completely, or very close to completely. We're going to keep it because it's good as a backup system. For example, in a day like today, for like the kitchen and that area, it will help supplement a little bit on the mini split. So, but basically our oil cost will drop to very minimal. The gas cost is already pretty minimal, but it would drop even further. And the electricity cost, which has gone up substantially because of all of the different, like the mini splits and stuff, that will get offset by the solar by about half, by about 50%. Mini split's like a heat pump. So a mini split is, it's basically, they're used in Europe constantly. It basically, essentially is like an air conditioner, except you split the unit. You have the outside. This driver's passed the house 3 times. I have the lights on. Tell them we're on a corner. Tell them I'm on a corner and I have the lights on. So yeah, anyway, so it's basically like a split air conditioner. Instead of having all of it in one unit, the outside part, basically the inductor, the one where pumps air, takes hot air, and draws air, sort of draws the cold from the air outside, pumps it into the house, pulls stuff out, so that in the summer. So basically, it air conditions in the summer, and then you reverse the process during the winter. And so in the winter, it pulls what warmth there is outside. It basically exchanges the energy. So it takes the cold air out of the house, pumps in warm, hot air into the house through pipes that run up. And it's exceedingly efficient. It's literally right outside. Well, I mean, tell him that there are tell him there's a snowman flag in front, Dunsel. There's a snowman flag. Can't see the address. There's a snowman flag. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm afraid my neighbors are going to be like, what the hell is going on? I'm like doing Morse code. Also, last call, chat. We have 2 votes for Cast Res, 2 votes for Make a Move. We're doing. He's here? Okay. Really? So I should go down then. I should go down and do this? Should I do this now? Should I do that now? Yeah. I know. I'm basically doing that anyway. It's just like all right, I'm gonna go down and find this person. I'll be right back. All right, so what I have here is what looks like 5 hot chocolates. Like, legit 5 hot chocolates. No, they're not. They're definitely, they're warm. He said, he's like, I went by 10 minutes, drive 10 minutes. I felt really bad, too. And then he walked away before I could try to pull out a tip. He said, but you can thank your friends. One for everyone in the family. And then also, we have donut, and we have what looks like a fritter. This is very sweet. Thank you. I'm super looking forward to the hot chocolate, actually. This is a fritter. It's a fritter. See? We got a fritter. Yeah, you tipped him nicely. Yeah, he said, thank you, friend. Thank you, friend. I'm going to say, that's very kind of you. Thank you. I've never actually had an on-stream, like live on-stream treat. supposed to be a much smoother surprise. It's still a great surprise, though. Oh, my goodness. All right. Fritter, and my little Arv also was just going to bed. She heard the guy's sound, like the guy's voice downstairs, and she comes out of the room and she's like, Dad? I'm like, yeah, honey. And she sees me. She's like, what is that? I'm like, well, you see, the Dunsels, who are very nice people, sent us hot chocolate and donuts. And she was like, the Dunsels know where you live? I'm like, yeah, because I sent them stuff for ArvCon or whatever. And she's like, oh, okay, so it's the Dunsels. She's like, all right, so they're fine. I'm like, yes. Random people do not know where we live, honey. No, this is different. But she was just standing with this most confused expression, like, why at 11 o'clock, 11:30 at night am I standing with a bunch of Dunkin' Donuts stuff? Daddy had the munchies, yeah. Oh, my God, it was so funny. The best part of this, though, is the hot chocolate, man. Sign me up. This is very sweet of you. Thank you. It's really nice. See, because I also, having sent you an address, know where you live, I feel like I should immediately call, try to get the same guy, try to convince him, hey, listen, can you get a bunch of hot chocolates, and can you drive to New York and give this to the Dunsels? There's just this like this bizarre, like, this is clearly part of a commercial where Dunkin' Donuts is like, some people need Dunkin', and they No, not that guy. I'm just kidding. But I was just thinking how funny that would be. The guy would just be like, I don't understand. Oh, man. This is good. It's still warm. And the thing is, what I don't understand is, if he was driving around this long, right, and it's still warm, it must have been nuclear, right, like when they first did it. Yeah, exactly. Well, honey, Daddy's got the munchies. Wow. That is super generous of you. Thank you. I mean, some of this I'm going to save. I mean, I'm not going to have I'm here to tell you, 5 cups of hot chocolate ain't happening in one night. But I'm going to have mine, and I will, tomorrow, the rest of this we're going to put in the fridge, and it can be reheated tomorrow. Because I have done that before. You're supposed to arrive 30 minutes ago. Thank you so much, though. That's really sweet of you. I'm really touched. I've never had, like, a live on-stream delivery of stuff like that. It's just really funny. Because you said, you're like, you should go to the door. And I'm like, I should? And you're like, yeah. And I'm like, okay. And I go down, and then there's the Amazon box. And I'm like, okay, because sometimes, because as Dragonspear pointed out, I've had Dragonspear send me stuff, quite a bit of stuff over the years, and I was like, okay, maybe this is like I said, but Dragonspear didn't tell me, and Dragonspear was in caps, was like, no, this isn't me. So I'm like, all right, and I go down there, and you're like, no, that's not it. And then you're like, you need to turn on the lights for the driver. I'm like, what are we talking about? Yeah, exactly. When a streamer and his chat love each other very much. That is super. And it really is true that when you're, like, honestly, no joke, I actually do, in fact, feel warmer. Now, maybe that's because I just walked up and down 2 flights of stairs, like, 6 times. Maybe that's why. But no, legitimately, I actually feel warmer. And I do like hot chocolate. And thank you. Super, super kind of you. Oh, man. They make hot chocolate. This is what it's like. You're standing at the Fisher, and we're just like, this is what happens. Like, we cooked our food, and, like, we turn around, and some dude is like, are you the Annalander? Yeah, you the Annalander. All right, here, you tell your friend, the Annalander. Here, have some hot chocolate. I have said this many times. I have the coolest, and by that, in this case, I mean the hottest. I have the best community. Like, this is the best community. Like, seriously. Oh, thank you so much. It's really kind of you. I really, really appreciate that. That's really nice of you. That's true. Do I see the cruel face of a god? No. It's also it's like you tear into the hunk of meat that it says over here. It is rich and delicious and highly nourishing. You tear into the hunk of apple fritter. It is rich and delicious and highly nourishing. So that I do not cause a terrible accident. That's all I need is for the hot chocolate to spill and destroy my computer, so. I have the maddest GOG D&D groups. No, listen, you know this, Echo. I love the GOG. The GOG community I've always has always reminded me a lot of this community of the Arvanauts. You know, I love GOG, and I love the streamers and the people on there are really great. They're wonderful people. They really are good people, and all good friends that I am looking forward to meeting, because the overwhelming majority of them are non-American. In fact, I think they are all not American. So I've never met any of them in person, and I'm looking forward to doing that. Yeah, I can't even imagine. I wish you had recorded the conversation, because it's true. Like, when the guy came up and he had this like very confused expression, and he was just like, he's like, I've been driving back and forth 10 minutes. I was like, and he's like, you know, thank you. I was like, wow. And I was like, thank you. He's like, oh, thank you, friend. Thank you, friend. And I was like, I will. And he just like gives me this thing and then turns around and walks back to his car. But like, I was just like, the thing is too, in fairness, I have to say, it's not hard to see the address on my house. Like, it literally says it out front on a fairly big sign next to the door. So once I turn the lights on the porch, like, oh, man. Oh, nice, Emily. You took turns talking to the driver. I mean, I really, so you went the extra mile on top of the extra mile. Oh, man. Thank you so much. That's really, really sweet. That's really sweet of you. I'm going to thoroughly enjoy this, and I'm going to thoroughly enjoy the apple fritter, which I will eat in periodic bursts. You ordered a box of Joe at Hot Chocolate. Kai called and said they didn't have it. You had a negotiation with the Duncan folks. Wait, you had to, wait. I'm sorry. We'll get back to the game in a minute, Chad. Wait, so you had to talk to the guy. So you tried to get like a box of hot chocolate, and they said they didn't have it. So then you had to negotiate with the Duncan people, like on the phone. No, you didn't forget the family. I know, it's the sweetest thing. This, and honestly, this is the value of technology. You talked to the store manager? Oh my goodness. You people were committed. You're like, no, Arv is going to get his goddamn apple fritter. And he's going to get the goddamn hot chocolate. So they compensated with the donuts. That's really funny. And I know exactly where the Dunkin' Donuts is too, that you got it from. I'm actually surprised they're still open. I don't know. I don't know if that's if that place is 24 hours or not. But right, what Echo said. It might be 24 hours. I don't remember. It might be. It might be. We've stopped by there a couple times. It is 24 hours? Oh my goodness. So I want to be clear, chat. Right now, just as we're speaking, a person came from the Fisher, right? Came out, handed me this vial of hot chocolate, said, not drop it. It is blessed of the Dunsos themselves. You lift it up. A vial of hot chocolate. Powerful, certainly. But how will it open the door of the house that the driver cannot see? The spell begins to fade. You stand up from chat, and the words become meaningless once more. They didn't have raisin bread. I am loving the image, can I just say? I am loving the mental image of you talking with someone who's just come on for the, the graveyard shift, right? Coming on at like 10:30 or whatever it was, 10 o'clock. And they're just like, yes, no, yes. Do you have cinnamon buns? No. Do you have that? Yes. They are actually, I do have to say, we stopped by there once. We were taking, my son had a basketball game, and so we were taking, and he hadn't had a chance to eat. We'd been rushing around from like place to place. So we stopped there, I was going to get him just like not a basketball game, that's not true. He had come from a basketball game. So we would just stop by and got him just a bagel. And when we went through at the drive-through window, they saw him like in the back seat, and he was just like, oh, and they were like, oh, he's so cute. And he's like, oh, his name's Ken. He's like, what's your name? And he's like, and he gave his name, and she's like, he's like, oh, so sweet. Like, I have a son myself. And so when we got the bag, they had given him not only a bagel, but like also 4 munchkins, which I was like, all right, I'm going to dole these out carefully because he doesn't need more super sweet stuff. So so I get the impression that they're really nice at that store anyway, because we've been there a couple times and they're usually pretty nice. It's true. Oh, man. It's good. That is very solid. That hot chocolate is good. Thank you. Seriously, to both of you, that's it. Like, A, I'm very grateful for the actual food. B, I'm really grateful for the thought. Like, it seriously does warm me up. I'm serious. Not just, drinking it, but also just the thought that you were nice enough to do that. And also, I think, also warmed the chat up, too, in a way, because of... So that was very sweet. So thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Oh, that's really cool. It's just so funny. I was just like, what? Why am I going down there? You're like, no, it's fine. It's fine. Just wait. Okay, now go down. I'm like, wait, go to what? What are you talking about? What is this? I half expected to open the door and just find this like drone hovering with like something like hanging from it. They're like, thank you. Oh man. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much to both of you. I really appreciate that. It was a big surprise in the end. I'm writing myself a note about something. That was really sweet of you. Thank you both. Thank you. Okay. What are we doing? We're back here, chat. We need someone to break this tie. We've got cast wrap, we've got cast sus. Now, we've got cast res, we've got make a move. Now, the other thing about this, remember that if we do the cast res, it's going to use up our holy water. We do have 2 vials of it. Excuse me. But it sounds like, from what the people in the Fisher said, we're going to need one of those vials of holy water to, like, get into the Archmage's tower or to do something with the Arch or something. So we got to make sure we don't use up these vials too quickly. So if we use one of those vials, we will only have 1 left, and I don't know if we're going to need to cast this spell somewhere else in the fortress. So just keep that in mind. I'm not sure whether resurrecting one of these people just so that they can burn to death again is the best call. I'm just letting you know, and I normally wouldn't do it this way, except that since I've been running up and down and all this stuff, I wanted everyone to remember what we were looking at here. Commander Tunzel, typing on screens is not my fort. Yeah. Well, being a kind and generous person is clearly both of your forts. Okay. $ vote. Space 1, space 2, space 3. Okay, we got the last call already. All right. Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate that. $ sight and a half. What's up, Sunniv? All right. Right. So we're going to make a move. The air cools as you move away from the vent. You have found one new clue. All right. Let's just make sure we know what the clue is that we have found. So items, clues. The ghosts in the Argbad vent claim holy water is the key to the tower, but it cannot be that simple. Interesting. Minovites prevent magic. And you were given advice. In the dark chamber of night, do not light your way with the blood candle. And the scratch message. Third sped that the Throban doors is L of Invis. We don't know what that means yet, but... Okay. All right, we've already been to the low building. We've already been west, so this one's easy. We're going to move. There's only one choice to go. We've already been these other places, so... You follow the length of the cracked fissure until you find yourself on the trail at the base of the curving crater rim. There's no way across the fissure, but the path leads in either direction past it. All right, climb that ridge. Again, only one place to go there. You make your way up the curved, dusty rim of the crater. An open pass leads forwards and up. The skyline is suddenly dominated by the looming specter of Mampang. The sun has reached its highest point now. Now, as a reminder to chat, whenever there's an option available to me to, like, look at something, like sort of a gather information, like look around, to speed things up, I'm not going to ask chat about that because I imagine we're always going to want to gather information. The exception comes when looking might have some effect on what happens next materially in the game. So, for example, when we were standing at the fissure, I asked you all about whether you wanted to look in the fissure because of those voices, because I didn't know if that was going to keep us from doing anything else. Fortunately, it did allow us to do other things, which is good. So I'm going to look at the Citadel in this case. Spellbound by its presence, your eyes follow the line of the Citadel's walls. Gnarled spires twist upward towards the sky as if in agonized prayers to the heavens. Sharp angles and jagged points protrude everywhere. Demonic gargoyles line the outside walls. You try to look away, but you cannot. It is though the towers have gripped your eyes. The sight would be enough to break the courage of any brave soldier, and its effect on you is much the same. You feel a knot of fear bury itself in your stomach where you cannot shake it. Despite shivering at the sight of the Citadel, you feel yourself compelled to step forwards. Okay, so now, chat, we do have a choice. So we're not going to go back into the crater. We just left the crater. We have two choices. We have the path and out of the crater. Now, the only thing I want to point out to the left here is over in this side, right over here, is this building. I don't know what this building is or whether it's important or what. We, I think, got really, really fortunate that we decided to go and check out this fissure because that holy water and that clue may be hugely important later in the game. But right now, we basically have two options. We can go out of the crater, and we're going to have to go up to this fortress in a second. So we do have to go there. But we also have the path, which might lead us to this building. So again, I don't know what that is or if any of you care or want to go there or whatever. But I'm going to open up a poll. Really simple. $ vote space 1 is going to the west on the path, heading down this way. $ vote space 2 is going to the north, which is out of the crater this way, heading towards the fortress. So, you know, if you want to check out the house, I guess, over here, or we can head up north. So $ vote space 1 is going over here towards this building. $ vote space 2 is heading up this way towards the fort. Let me do it this way, sorry. Is the building. $ vote space 2 is heading up north towards the fortress. The sweat dripped down the back to the... Yes. I feel like there's a line from the original Star Trek where they say something like that, and Spock says where someone says something like, oh man, I think it was McCoy or something, was like, what he means, Mr. Spock, is that this, and this. And Spock's like, thank you, I was able to gather the meaning. Like the classic biting Spock. And I just had this image of just like, yes, I did note. I did note it. Hot chocolate. And meanwhile, let's see. Meanwhile, I want to see here because... Yep. Yep, and it dropped further. Wow. All right, chat. It is now officially 3 degrees, and they've updated the forecast here. It is going to go down to 1 degree. It is 3 degrees outside, and it's going to go down to 1. Damn. And that's not counting wind chill, of course. Tomorrow will be 23, high 23, low 21, and then Sunday it's going to get back up into the 40s, and it's going to stay 40s and 50s for the rest of the week. Yeah. I've driven, I think, the coldest temperature I've ever been in, and I stood outside in it for a minute just to say that I could, or that I had, rather. But I remember driving through it. The coldest was somewhere in, like, northern New England, maybe, like, New Hampshire or something like that. Rudino will identify with this. But it was on the car thermostat on the outside, -5. -5 Fahrenheit. That is the coldest condition I've ever been in. -5 degrees Fahrenheit. Which is, you know, that is absurdly cold. Like, you know, -5. Now, again, wind chill was more than that, obviously. And so that's one of those deals where you get out and literally, if you don't cover up your skin, those are like hypothermic temperatures if you don't cover your skin after just a few minutes of exposure. 1 degree. That's like the, you know, in Star Trek 6, the Undiscovered Country, where you just, like, they just put the prisoner out there, like, you know, into the cold, and, like, within a minute and a half, he's just frozen solid. Woo! That's sweater weather right there. Yeah, Mr. Maine. I understand. Yeah, absolutely. Where you just sort of like, yeah, absolutely. I remember standing out, not weather that cold, but I remember standing out in weather, like I stood out waiting for the bus, 22 degrees, 21 degrees when I was in high school. And that was like the first 2 years of high school, and then things were different in terms of where we lived and stuff. But I remember standing out there, and it's so cold, your nostril hairs freeze, like that cold, you know? Just nuts. Okay, we have a tie here, chat, so we're going to go last call. We have a tie. We need someone to break this tie. $ vote space 1 means that we are going down the path to the west here towards this building. $ vote space 2 means we're going out of the crater up here. So 1 is this way, 2 is this way. Repeatedly referencing classic Trek. You got it. You got it. Love me some classic Trek. Your nostrils are smooth and sleek. Well, listen, I now carefully trim my nostril hairs for, you know, to avoid nostril hair freezing. Had trouble with nostril hair freezing? Perhaps you should consider trimming that hair with Nostril Freeze Anti-Hair Trim device. This item will allow you to avoid having your nostril hairs freeze. If you, too, don't want to smell the cold, do the right thing. Trim your nose hairs. Because of the frost, yeah. No, yeah, for sure. Your nostrils, that's a great, you know, your nostrils are smooth and sleek. All right, okay. So, chat wants to explore slightly. She's a pretty slick writer. She is actually a award-nominated and winning writer and editor, and a guest of honor. Let's be clear, a CanCon honoree. She's defending champion of CanCon honorees because it was last year. All right, the path. This is the path. This is the way. You follow the path along the north side of the crater. The sun is beginning to lower and the air begins to cool. You soon come within sight of a low hut topped with a bell. Okay, again, I'm going to look at the hut to gather information. From here, you can make out little of the hut apart from the bell house above the roof and the rope that snakes down inside. You must keep going. Okay. I'm a little nervous about that. I worry about the whole bell thing. That makes me a little nervous, but then maybe we can also gather some good information there. I don't know. Anyway, same thing. $ vote space 1 means we go to the hut. $ vote space 2 means we go back and up to the north towards the fortress. So to zoom out so you can see where we're at. Hut, fortress. Hut, fortress. Maybe there'll be a bellhop. Hello, sir. Welcome to the belfry. Argbad. I do continue, and I notice each time Commander Dunsel has quite properly been voting for Argbad, but it is like Argbad. And yay good fortress, like Argbad. I will say, Mampang is a pretty, it's kind of a baller title for this, I have to say. I love Mike Schle's maps so much. See, this is where, if we're playing Assassin's Creed, right, we just book it through the gate, we run over here, right, freaking hook shot up to here, hook shot over there, jump the wall, Assassin's Creed climb up towers, doesn't matter what it is, that's got to be the Archmage's room at the very top, freaking break in the window, assassinate, grab the Crown of Kings, we're good. Or if we're the Mandalorian, we just freaking sail over the walls, jetpack style, all the way up here, go in, and you're like, I can bring you in warm, or I can bring you in cold. Map Mang. Get in my hut now. I know, right? Good Lord, Rudnell. It's going to be chilly. No. Not that. I'm worried about the bell thing. See, I'm not referring to last names. Speaking of the dangers of the game. All right. Seems like we're going to be doing this. Map Mang. It's funny. I hadn't even thought about that. All right. We're going to the hut. No, I said we're going to the hut. You approach the hut, squinting against the dust in hope of spotting any danger. It has wide windows and empty doorways, allowing the wind to whip right through. The wind gently swings the bell on the roof. Again, looking at the window. Peering towards the window, you make out a shape. It might be the hunched figure of a person, but it's hard to tell. With an itchy back. It's hard to tell from this far away. So, all right. So what do? We can wait and watch. We can cast a spell. Let's see what spell it is. Is it Stop Hunched Figure? Is that the spell? Okay, I bet there's going to be sus here. Yep, we can cast sus. Which is 1 stamina. Could do that. Or SAP is Cause Depression. Don't entirely know why we want to do that. Don't know why we want to do that, but we could. We could cast... Yap is Talk with Animals. I don't know where the animal is. We do have a green-haired wig, but... Or we cannot cast invisibility because we don't have a pearl ring, so we can't do that. We could cast... Dope, which is... Or Dop, which is Open Locks and Doors. I'm not sure that we haven't even gotten to a door yet, though, so I don't really know what the point of that is. We could cause slowness by casting Doze. Seriously. Quasimodo. I am a person worthy of your time. Right, so no on that. S, D. There was another one. There's F. We could float in the air. I don't know the faintest idea why we would want to do that. We could randomly float. I mean, we could always do that. I feel like in the real world, that's how magic would work. People would just constantly be casting useless spells just because it's fun, because they wanted to try it. Okay. And I think I already did... Didn't I? Yep. Yeah, I did. Okay. Right. So, I'm going to have to add an entry here. Enter the hut or make a move. All right, chat. You got a lot of options. $ vote space 1 is wait and watch. $ vote space 2 is cast sus. That's sense danger. It'll cost us a stamina, but we are at 17 out of 18, so we're okay there. Cast sap is cause depression. I don't know why we want to do that, but whatever. That's 1 stamina. Cast yap is talk with animals. That doesn't cost anything. I just don't know what the point of it is. Cast Dop is open door, locks and doors, 1 stamina. Again, we're not even at the door yet, but I guess you could do that. Cast Doze is cause slowness, 1 stamina. I don't know what we're using that on, but it certainly would be kind of considered hostile, I think. Cast Fall is float in air, 1 stamina. Again, I don't know why we're floating in the air, but whatever. We could enter the hut, or we could make a move. So $ vote space 1, wait and watch. $ vote space 2, cast sus. $ vote space 3, sap. 4, yap. 5, dop. 6, doze. 7, fall. 8, enter the hut. 9, make a move. And I'm going to pull up this. Here we are. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Robot. Mike was doing something weird. Oh, and by the way, chat, side note, I have mentioned that starting in March, the next game up after this is Jedi Survivor, the sequel to Jedi Fallen Order, which I loved. But the good news, I'm sure the Dunsels will agree and all that, is that Respawn has actually delayed the release until mid-April. It was supposed to be early March. They delayed it to mid-April, which I am fine with for one reason. The first reason, because I want them to get it right. And for the second reason, because that gives me more time. So that means we're going to finish Sorcery. We should have it done by then. If for some reason we get done early, I have a couple of very 1 or 2 session at most games that we'll play before Jedi Survivor, which will be the next one. So very, very excited about that. I mean, I was probably going to finish playing Sorcery anyway, but it makes it easier because the Survivor is a game that I want to play somewhat close to launch. There was Fallen Order was my game of the year a couple of years ago, so I'm all about this. I'm excited for it. Excuse me. It's all the amazing hot chocolate. Okay, last call, last call. Last call, last call. Going once, going twice. We have decided to enter the hut. You slip into the hut. The mighty Jabba the Hutt throws you out. No. You step through the narrow doorway. The hut is sparsely furnished with a large rope hanging from the ceiling, probably for the bell. 2 guards lie on the floor. Dead? I'm going to save this, by the way, as something. So give me a second here. I'm going to save this under hut options, so I don't have to write that all in again. Wow. Okay, so we could check the nearest guard. We could wait and watch. Or slip away. What's it going to be, chat? I got to play sorcery when we can watch. And he puts the computer, eyes, and then the hot chocolate. Well, most of the time, I mean, jokes aside, Dunsel, I think that's probably the case because we're going to be playing, we are going to be playing sorcery on one of the Tuesdays. I don't remember which Tuesday now. I forget. I think it's not this coming Tuesday because that's Shire Adventures. But there are a number of Fridays where this shows up. But it won't always be Friday. So there will be some Tuesdays. Because if I have to just save it to like only Friday nights, I'll get done with this in like 6 months. And I do need to play other games too, unfortunately, at some point. Trouble save scum. So I will do my best. Tuesday don't work for me. I know. I don't know. But look, this is what I would say. Tonight, for example, so I've already been streaming for 3 hours. I'm going to stream until 1 a.m. So I'm going to stream for another 53 minutes or so. So I will have ended up streaming about 4 hours tonight. Usually Fridays and Saturdays, I stream more in the 4 to 5 hour range, right? Whereas Tuesday, usually I'm only streaming for 3 to maybe 3 hours and 20 minutes or something like that. So you're getting, more time. So on Tuesdays, there won't be as much of the game that's being missed. And you can catch up with the VODs and then jump back in when I pick back up. Because I think, I know I put this up before. I talked about the schedule before we got started. But, again, I am streaming this. I'm streaming this. So after today, it's going to be a couple of weeks. Tuesday the 14th, I am going to be playing it during the day. I know that's not great. But then I'm going to play again Friday night, 2 weeks from today, again. I am then going to stream again on Friday the 24th. So that's going to happen again. So, and then there'll probably be one other sorcery in there. There might be one on like Saturday the 11th. So the point is there's only one Tuesday where I'm playing sorcery for. All the other days are evening times. So, yeah. Heroes gotta eat. One does not simply watch VODs. There's a voice there that does not sleep. 2 Fridays. And maybe a Saturday, although the Saturday is very up in the air. Yes. Tuesday is my Valentine's stream. And there is a chance, there is a possibility. I see where you're going with this. There is a possibility that we may be doing my wife and I may be doing like a Valentine's Day dinner. I don't know. We'll see. This is kind of mind-boggling to me. This August the 16th, is my wife's and my 20-year wedding anniversary. Like, what? We will have been married 20 years this August. That is crazy talk. Like, wow. So, once, going twice. Yeah. 20 years. And actually, because of the loss of my friend that I talked about, who was the best man at my wedding, again, that also was sort of summoned in my mind too. It was a really it worked out very well. It was an outdoor wedding. It was held in Lincoln, Massachusetts, at this kind of historic farm, and it was a beautiful garden. I was married by the same minister who was the minister at my Unitarian Universalist church where I grew up in West Hartford. I didn't grow up in West Hartford, but the church, that uni church is what I went to. And we had, readings and everything. And then basically, because it was me and my wife who met in debate, like pretty much everyone on the free earth gave a toast, including us. Like my mom spoke, and, a bunch of people on both the wedding party spoke, and family members spoke. It was everybody talking, but it was really nice. And then we went inside. They had like this barn inside, that they had was really tricked out really nice, and there was dancing and all that. And literally just as the ceremony and the reception afterwards all came to an end, it started to rain after all of it was done. It was very cool. It was very cool. Because it's a Tuesday. Thank you. Long time, Drew. Long time. Crazy stuff. But yeah, 20 years. If we cook and eat the hunchback, does it become a haunchback? I'm actually going to have a bite of fritter. This bite of fritter is in tribute to you, Commander Dunsel. Now, you have to answer to Mrs. Dunsel. I don't know if, it's a fritter. See? An apple fritter. It's the beating of the apple fritter. It's kind of like a deep fried Danish. Yes, that's kind of what it is. That's a good way to describe it. And yeah, that is funny, Runo. I love that one. Okay, we're going to check the nearest. Let's see what we got. You pace forward looking for wounds or movement. Then one harumphs and dribbles. A few empty wineskins litter the ground. They're drunk. Oh, man. This has so much potential to end poorly. All right, Dewey, they're drunk. Now remember, chat, we are trying not to get noticed. Right? We're trying not to get noticed, not to get, draw the attention of the Archmage. So, do we look over the guards? Do we draw my sword? Or do we slip outside? Is that how long you've been together? Is over 21 years now? Oh, wow. Congratulations. That's awesome. And I have met these two lovely people in person. I met them a few years ago at Gen Con. In fact, I even have a picture with certainly Commander Dunsel. I think Mrs. Dunsel took the picture, though. So I don't know if I have a picture of Mrs. Dunsel along with him, but I think I do. I know it's with Commander Dunsel. Was that like 4 years ago? 5 years ago? 4 years ago? Or longer? God, what even is time? I suppose it was that while. Oh, speaking of which, now I cannot confirm or deny specific announcements of attendees as of yet. But if you are, the Dunsels will understand this reference. Based upon games that you have appreciated, and indeed companies with which you may have been associated in a volunteer capacity in the past, said company and representatives of same, specifically one representative of same, may have a prominent role in a certain significant writing program which is a part of Gen Con. So I'm just letting you know. 2017. 5 years ago. Yeah, that tracks actually. That sounds about right. 5 years ago. Yeah. 5 years ago. Poured their booze all over the gnome, believe they saw anything. Yeah. Okay. Going once. Going twice. Yes, so said representatives will be represented, so to speak. Yeah, I understand because of the masking and the vaccination. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I've heard others have brought up the same point. I know. That is unfortunately beyond. That's beyond our pay grade. Beyond the symposium committee's pay grade. I'm afraid that's not. We don't have a call on that. I'm afraid. Will they represent? We shall see. All right. We're going to look over the guards. The guards are burly, rough-looking types. They both stink of wine and filth. Washing must not be a priority. They're clad in mail shirts, which look a little worse for wear. So we could still draw our sword. We could search the room or slip outside. It is very odd looking over at my OBS desktop audio equalizer and seeing it just doing with the heartbeat. Dunk, dunk. Sort of wild. Okay, last call. Look at all these, man. Look at all these freaking looters here. You're just like, oh, time for free loot. Going once, going twice. All right, search the room. You poke quietly around the room, cautious not to disturb the sleepers, but you find nothing. Then you notice one of the guards is clutching a cloth bundle in her arms as she sleeps. Do we take it gently? Do we swap it for a rock? Or do we leave it? Leave it. Boom, boom, boom. Down, there you go, in the MacArthur Park in the driving snow. Uptown, you're giving it out, better lay your claim. Get home, you're not alone, 'cause you just got out of the danger zone. And another dreamy day. Leave it down. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, basically what we're doing, what we're all suggesting here is we're going to like Gandalfing this up, you know, like Pippin with Gandalf. Updates. Actually, Echo, I just met earlier today with the band members, and we talked about further tweaks and things like that. In about 3 weeks, when we reconvene, because we've got work that we're tweaking individually on the tracks, we will have all the songs mostly together. Then we are going to be getting it mastered, probably by someone that's not us. We need new ears on it as well. And so we're talking about late February. So we're probably looking to actually get it to someone to master in mid-March. My goal is to try to get that done, get the album back, and get it basically produced and ready for an official release, probably sometime in July, with a actual like release party type thing at Porch Fest, which, as you know, is the place that is the thing that is an event around this area that we do, that Jordan Gonzalez Indy came out for, and Zach Clay came out for, and Jordan and Zach, and that was a wonderful time. Like that was such I loved that, and we all agree that we like want to do that as a yearly thing. So, yeah. So it looks like, knock on wood, all goes well. We should have a release of, my guess is a release for the summer is what I'm looking at. So kind of like Block Party 2. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited. It's an album that is definitely, we've been through a lot, over the last couple of years, obviously, dealing with the album, and a lot of this has been all happening during, of course, the pandemic. So it's the first album that's going to have been largely put together mostly remotely, with a few exceptions. Like most of what we've been doing has been stuff that's, been, trading tracks and doing stuff, on the internet, etc., to make it happen. So it's interesting. We don't actually have we don't have a set title. There are a couple of possibilities. One of the things that we may end up leaning towards as the title of the album is Exodus. But I don't know that that's for sure. That's because it's a possibility, but I would say that's like 60-40 it's going to be Exodus, but it could also be, there are some other possibilities that it might be also. Our last album was 5 years later. This definitely is not going to be an album called like 4 years after that or something. It's going to have an actual title. That's true. No one is doing that. Yeah, I am excited for it because there's some good stuff in there. One of my favorites is a song called Symmetry, which I think I may have played for some of you on here at some point. That's good. Okay, we're going to swap it for a rock. Taking a large rock, you ease the bundle from her arms and replace it. She doesn't stir. You unwrap it, discovering nothing more than another wineskin. What are you doing? Oh, crap. You turn to see the other guard blearily awake and staring at you, blinking. Yep. What do we do? Do we say go back to sleep? Stab the guard? Say, I'm a traveler? Or run? Run, I'm telling you right now, is a bad idea because of that bell pull. If we just say run, they're going to ring the hell out of the bell, and then freaking all bets are off. So that is not a good idea. So what do we do? Do we say go back to sleep, stab the guard, I'm a traveler, or run? $sign vote space 1 for sleep, 2 for stab, 3 for I'm a traveler, 4 for run. Meanwhile, somewhere in the USA. Keep on rocking in the free world. By the way, this is apropos of nothing, but since we were talking about music while you folks are... I was watching a couple of interesting interviews the other day about Crosby, Stills, and Nash, because as you know, David Crosby passed away. Great band, amazing harmonies, and really revolutionized kind of the way that folk rock could be harmonized in these ways, and some great songs in there too. So the funny thing was, so they had huge fallings out in the last couple of years. Crosby hated Nash and thought that Nash was like a jerk and was arrogant. And if you watch interviews with Nash, he is arrogant and he is kind of full of himself. But Nash basically was like, Crosby betrayed me and stabbed me in the back and he can't stand him, right? The only person, if you talk to Stills, because Dan Rather did this series of interviews, small interviews, 10 minutes each with each of them. Stills is he asked him about each of them, and Stills was like, oh, Crosby's really open, wonderful, loving guy. Nash, really generous, caring person. And the thing is, Crosby and Nash, both loved Stills. They really, really liked him. So basically, Crosby and Nash, who used to be best friends, hated each other, and Stills liked both of them, and they liked Stills, but just not each other. Yeah. Tell the roomy drunk to sleep it off. Yeah, no, he just passed away, Crosby. He could very well have thought that he would be, but yeah. Dan Rather was interviewing them, and Dan Rather is 91 and still, interviewing and sharp as a tack. Going once, going twice. Okay, go back to sleep. Go back to sleep, you say, as calmly as you can manage. Forget you saw me. The sozzled guard's head nods twice. But the second guard stands with some difficulty. Who are you, she demands. Trespassing is punishable by death. It's easy to remember. While the two are unsteady for drink, they look determined. One draws his sword, and the other goes for the large rope. crap. I knew this was none of this was good. We really were trying to avoid detection. She must be trying to alert others with the bell. Okay, so the question is, what do? Do we attack the first guard? The first guard is the guy who has his sword drawn, but the one that we have to worry about, chat, is the second guard, because that's she. I'm hoping the first guard is... Well, actually, I guess they could both be. Maybe they're... Wait. Burly, rough-looking types. Trespassing is punishable by death. I'm assuming the second one is the one who's going for the rope. That's what it's a little confusing, but it sounds like that one. Or run, which is a bad idea because of the bell. Cute, Dunsel. Yes, pretty much true. Either attack the first guard, who I think is not the one going for the bell rope, attack the second one, who I think is going for the bell rope, or run. Right, that's what I thought too, Dunsel. But it doesn't actually define the gender of the first one, so I don't know. That's what I thought, but I don't know. We don't know if the guard is a man or a woman, because it doesn't. We don't get a pronoun at all for the man for the guards. They both stink of wine and filth. Blah 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 blah. You turn to see the other guard blearily awake and staring at you, blinking. The sozzled guard's head nods twice, so we don't know. I'm guessing you're right, though. I think that sounds right. We do? How do we? What? Oh, his sword. Oh, you're right. You're right. Yep, you're right. That's right, then. So the first one is the one with the sword. The second one's with the bell. You're right. 100%. All right, give me 1 second. Oh. Bear with me a second, chat. Okay. And also bear with me just 1 sec, chat. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I'm guessing it was an accident, is what it sounds like to me. So I sorry, Hecko. I didn't obviously know any of that. I think it was a mistake. I think it was a misclick. Okay. Okay. Also, hi, Critchwitch. Hey, Critchwitch, since you just came in, you can enjoy a hot chocolate on the Dunsels, who sent me a hot chocolate and donuts. They sent it to me, and after an adventure, it arrived, and I'm very grateful. Okay. Lovely, lovely. All right. Where were we? Right. So we are, it looks like, I think we're attacking the second one. And an adventure. Exactly. That's precisely right. Okay. You lunge at the guard holding the rope, but the first cuts you off with a sword thrust to his side. You'll have to fight him off. The guard stumbles forward, hastily yanking his blade free. You rush him, hoping to end the fight before his companion rings the alarm. The guard shifts his sword to cover himself. The drunken guard is left breathless but not seriously hurt. God damn it. Relentlessly, you cut and thrust, keeping the guard pinned. You rush forward with a deep slash, but the impact clangs against his weapon and you only lay a minor wound. He shouts with glee. The drunken guard is bruised but mostly unhurt. You see his arm grow tense. He's readying for a strong attack. Yeah, this is terrible fighting. I can do better than this. Whip up your defenses, picking right through the detritus on the floor. The guard pyres forward with a cry, tires him out. Time to attack. You swing your sword fast in towards his chest, catching him with his arms high. Breath begins to heave, struggling to keep his sword aloft. Okay. 1 stamina lost. You maintain the pace, keeping the guard off balance, slash violently across his chest enough to finish him. Guard crashes into the furniture, collapses under the weight of his corpse. Only 1 stamina. That's pretty good. Turn around to see... Ooh, okay, see, the other guard is across the room. She's nearing the bell rope. Okay, so we killed him off, but... Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Rudnell. I think that's what happened. Okay, so... Chat, we have to keep her from hitting that freaking bell rope. So we have a couple of choices. We cannot screw this up. We could leap at her, but she's already to the bell rope. We could throw our sword, but like it's a sword. But we do have the chakram. We do have that. Or run for it. Run for it is the... Again, we don't want to be running for it. That's silly. So... we leap at her, throw her sword, throw the chakram, or run for it. What do you want to do? We do have a chakram. Yes, we do. In fact, let me confirm that we have a chakram. It's a spiked throwing disc. Okay, sounds good, Drew. Hey, okay. That's right. I forgot that that Drew had power, like the internet isn't on. So we've got that. Sleep well, Drew. All right. Last call, last call. Gabriel, duck. Nice. Well done. We got it. We got to do the Aragorn throw, in Fellowship of the Ring, throw the torch at the Nazgul type of deal, you know? Exactly. Exactly. No, that's what happened. Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Going once, going twice. Okay. We are going to throw the chakra. You spin the chakram and it slices into the back of the guard's neck with cruel accuracy. She drops to the ground. Damn! Okay, first of all, we're going to take the chakram. Take the chakram back, wiping the blood from its teeth on the guard's cloak. That was close, chat. That was close. Okay, is it fair to say, I'm just going to do this, let's get this vote quickly. Is it fair to say we should search the bodies now that they're dead? $ vote space 1 is search the bodies. $ vote space 2 is move on. In the end, we only lost 1 stamina point from all that. So maybe we'll get something good out of it. Yeah, exactly. I feel like that's pretty clear. I'm going to last call this. Like, yeah, exactly. The power of the chakram. Incidentally, chat, remember Flanker, right? Who is the assassin that we saved in book 1, and I told you they make a big thing out of the whole situation with Flanker. Take a look at this. His sword is +4. Finely weighted, sharp-edged sword of the Assassin's Guild. We have a +2 longsword, but +4 for the Assassin's Sword. +4 for the Assassin's Sword is crazy. Okay. All right, yeah, we're going to search the bodies. I think that's logical. You pat down the bodies of the 2 guards, finding a small handful of gold pieces. With both guards lying dead, your presence here is still secret, but reinforcements will no doubt arrive eventually. Okay, now as I recall, did we... We found nothing. I think we already found... So what do we do, chat? Do we search the hut or leave the hut? Although I feel like, didn't we... $ vote space 1 is search. $ vote space 2 is leave. But it says reinforcements will no doubt arrive eventually. I don't know whether we want to keep pushing, like, testing fate here. I feel like we, you know... I think we got what we needed, maybe. Because we already searched, didn't we? Like, you poke quietly around the room. Wasn't that the section where... I don't know. I can see... Yeah, exactly, Lyric. I thought we already searched the hut. If we get out of this, honestly, with now up to 8 gold, with only having lost 1 stamina, and we still somehow did not alert anyone to our presence, that's pretty badass. That's true, Emily, but note that now, we now have 2 cooked fish, which will last us for 2 freaking days, thank goodness. All right, so $ vote space 1 is search. $ vote space 2 is leave the hut. No, we have not roasted our haunchback. As it turned out, we didn't have a haunchback. We didn't have any soldier. We didn't have any hunchback. We had just soldiers. I read we blend in the, yeah. So $ vote space 1 search, $ vote space 2 leave. Let's get through this quickly if we can. Let's move it along. Exactly. It'd be a good way to build a sense of trust in us, the fact that we smell like multiple day old fish. All right, $ vote space 1 search, $ vote space 2 leave. Please get your votes in now, chat. Please vote. And remember that reinforcements, it says, will no doubt arrive eventually. So we do not want to wait long around here. Yeah, exactly. Are you the Anna? Oh, God. Are you the Anna fish stinky head person? At least now that it's cooked, it won't be as problematic. Smell-wise, maybe. I don't know. I'll admit it's a little sketchy. Yeah, no, I recognize that it's not optimal. I'm just glad that we had a ration. We've eaten the ration for the day. We got some stamina from it. We're There was a point where we were in big trouble on stamina. We built it back up, 14 out of 18. Now we have 8 gold, which isn't a bad number, and 2 rations. Not bad. Have you tried to microwave fish? I have. At least I've tried to reheat fish. I have reheated fish before. Assland. Look, it's the Asslander. Jesus. Oh, man. All right, going once. Going twice. All right. Greed it is. You search the corners of the hut thoroughly and uncover 2 vials of potion wrapped in an oily cloth. Blimberry. You slip quickly out of the hut once more. All right, chat. You get that. Good work, because 2 doses of Blimberry juice, that's a big deal. It's a big deal for 2 reasons. Number 1, Blimberry juice is a medicinal potion, which means we can now cast Dock. And Dock is the thing that allows us to cure disease. You need Blimberry potion for that. So we have 2 doses of that. Secondly, if we get into a huge problem with provisions again and we run out, you can use Blimberry for a provision. So yes, Greed did win. Agreed. In our journeys, we came upon 2 drunken guards who reeked of their wine-soaked stench. Disgusted, I pocketed the fish I cooked in the recesses of the burned dead and moved forward. It was the only civilized thing to do. Those drunken sots. I chawed down on some dead person flame steam fish cooked, and it was delicious. Yep. Yep, I know. Now it's just gonna be encouraging them also. Okay, we're not taking the south path. We already came from there. Okay, you leave the hut and follow the path in direction of Mampang. The wind picks up as the evening draws on. There is no time to linger. Let's hurry up. You follow the path all the way around the crater to the far side. An open path leads forward and up. Sun lowers towards the rise, and it'll be dark soon. Despite shivering at the sight of the citadel, you feel yourself compelled to step forward. You clamber up the far slope of the crater until you're on the main road once more. I'm going to look down the pass. There are most likely guards stationed with a view over the pass. This is the only route into the citadel and is certain to be guarded. Okay. So if this is the only route in the citadel and is certain to be guarded, then perhaps, chat, since it's close to nightfall anyway, it might make sense to rest here maybe before we make a move, because it looks like that's the only thing we could do. So $vote space 1 means we rest here until nightfall. $vote space 2 means we make a move. That's interesting, because it's almost dark anyway. So maybe we try to go under the cover of night, right? That's true. We'd already have dysentery multiple times. Well, I'm not even saying, I mean, I'm just saying we don't go while it's like still light out. Like we go at the night, in the nighttime. Hopefully when it's a, a moon. It's not a full moon yet. I think for here, it's a full moon on Sunday, I believe. So. Yeah, rest until nightfall, yeah. Bust a move. Sorry, Commander Dunsel. Bust is not a valid option. Please try again. If you want it, you got it. If you want it, baby, you just bust a move. You want it. She's dressed in yellow. She says hello. Come on. Come sit next to me, you fine fellow. Walk over there without a second to lose. Okay. Going once. Last call this. Going once. Going twice. Once. Twice. 3 times an Arvbot. Okay. Option 1 has won. Rest here until nightfall. Looking at the pass ahead, it would be best to try and cross under cover of darkness. Oh, and because we rested and because we had provisions, we get stamina back. So we're at 17 out of 18 stamina. That is clutch. You settle down to wait. The sun disappears behind the tall mountains and a few stars appear between the peaks. You get to your feet once more. Night has settled around you. You creep forwards into the narrow rock pass. This is the only corridor to Mampang. There is no other way. You make your way slowly forward as the narrow walls close in on either side. The sun disappears. Look ahead. In the darkness, you can make out little but the slight curve of the road and the mountain slopes that cut out the sky on either side. Again, chat, when this is just a matter of gathering information and it's not going to cut off other possible options, I just always do this to gather information without asking chat because it just seems like something we would do anyway. Stop and listen. You still your breath and listen for any movement, but hear only the wind whistling through the pass. Tough call, chat. Do we climb the rocks or do we make a move? $ vote space 1 is climb the rocks. $ vote space 2 is make a move. Which do we do? Climb the rocks or make a move? Okay, last call. I have no read on this at all, by the way. I don't know which of these makes the best option. I mean, if we're able to climb the rocks and get out of the pass, maybe that means that we're not. I have no idea. Making cheese dots. Going once. Going twice. Thank you for telling me I need updates, Windows. I'll get right on that. It is nighttime, yes. It is indeed nighttime. All right. So we have a tie. We need someone to, excuse me, need someone to break this tie or to change their vote. So $ vote space 1 is climb the rocks. $ vote space 2 is make a move. Dun dun dun. All right. All right, let's see. Make a move. The pass lies open. There are no obvious traps and no ways around. The only way is forwards. You move cautiously along the shadowy pass. It is barely wide enough for 2 horses to ride abreast, but the walls on either side loom high and threatening. Starlight pools around you. There is magic here. Okay, peer upwards. Looking upwards, you see the cliff edges look smoother somehow, as though loose rocks have been moved away from the cliff edge. Looking ahead, you can see little. Call out. What? The hell would you call? Okay. Anyway, so what should we do? The question is, do we call out or cast a spell or make a move? This may end up being, because this seems exceedingly sketchy. So here's what we got. We have F. It's force field. So we can create a force field that requires 3 stamina. It's expensive stamina-wise. Force field doesn't, helps us from getting attacked by stuff, I suppose, but we have zip, which I don't think we can do. Oh, we do have teleportation. I forgot about that. Okay, so that could be very useful. We have zip. So that doesn't cost any stamina. So we could teleport, I guess, past this, which we've used once before. Vote 2 sus. Sus, yeah. I have a feeling sus is going to be one of the options. Create lightning. Why? Where? So we could cast lightning bolt for literally no reason. And also use up 3 stamina. Let's see. Tell allows us to read minds, but we need a skull cap for that, and we do not have one. There's sus. Whoops. Okay, there's sus, which is 1 stamina, sense danger. Then we've got F. We got cause invisibility. That would be nice if we had a pearl ring, but we don't. We have got... I already did tell. Also got N. Cause sleepiness. That requires a brass pendulum. We don't have that. Nip is cause speed. That's yellow powder. We don't have that. Nif creates a stench. We do have nose plugs, so we could create a stench, which is what we were talking before with the fish. I don't really know what that does, really, but I guess we could. And then I think that's all, right? C, S. Right. Or make a move. Okay. Call out, I am Thor, feel my wrath and cast lightning. What's up, Nonstop? Exactly. True enough, Runo. So, do we call... $ vote space 1 is call out, which seems really like a bad idea. $ vote space 2 is cast Foff, create force field, 3 stamina. $ vote space 3. Nip is speed, but we don't have that. We don't have the thing that we needed for it. $ vote space 3 is cast Zip. That allows us to teleport. That is a theoretic. That's an option. I mean, that also could get us past this section, I suppose. Cast Zap causes lightning. That also uses up 3 stamina. That seems not smart. Cast Sus is sense danger, 1 stamina. That's good for that. Cast Nif creates stench. Again, I don't know. Or make a move. Sus. Yeah, using like 1 stamina, 2 stamina is fine. It's when you get down to like, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, and down below there that you start running into areas where you're like, I think at one point we actually survived with only 1 stamina point and managed to like gradually get through it and build our way back up, but it was a close thing. Okay, going once. It was, yes, Sus, which is create sense danger nonstop. Once, going twice. Okay. Only 1 stamina. S. U. S. Cast. Sus. You wind the stars into order around you. A quiet voice enters your mind. There is danger ahead and above, the voice says. You must make yourself safe. Its message delivered, the spell fades. Okay, so we are in danger. That's good to know. So we are in danger. So now, I would say we have the same spells except Sus. It did its job. It told us that we have a problem. So we have to protect ourselves somehow. So now, chat, your choices are call out, which is going to let everyone know that we're here, which is not what we want. Cast Foff creates a force field, 3 stamina. That will protect us, but at the cost of 3 stamina, and it won't like keep us hidden. Cast Teleportation. We have a green ring, so we could use that to teleport past this area without having to use stamina. So that's something to consider. And also, they might not even see us. We could also cast Zap to create lightning. I don't see the point of that. Casting Nif, I don't know why being smelly is going to matter. Honestly, I don't get that. Or then make a move. Oh, we don't have invisibility. We can't cast invisibility, Dunsel. We don't have the pearl ring. We have a green ring so we can teleport, but we don't have a pearl ring for invisibility. Teleport has already saved us once in this book. When the hoof creatures, I forget what they were called, the goatmen or whatever, were sort of yelling at us, and we're going to start like throwing javelins and stuff, and then we teleported out of the way. That happened earlier on, so. Yes, I did see that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true. But I get the only thing I would say is that, well, no, I mean, the only thing about a force field is I don't know that it keeps us hidden. You know what I mean? But, and it's 3 stamina. But it is true that might keep us safe. And theoretically, I don't know whether teleporting brings us right into the mix too. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that is true, Crit Twitch. Yeah. I could go either way on this. Yeah, maybe we would end up teleporting right into the midst of the boulders too. But I don't know. I could see it that way. It's just 3 stamina is a lot, but I guess that's better than getting crushed below rocks. So, Force field. I'm glad that we built ourselves back up to 17 points though for this, because we've already used 1 point on sus. We're going to use another 3 here, so we're going to be down to 13. It goes quick. That's true, Arudinel. They did. That's true. Teleport worked last time, so now they want to change it up. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. Possible. It is possible. Yeah, I could see that. I could go either way on this. I think it's between these two things. I think, again, that Zap and Nif doesn't do anything to me, and calling out is obviously silly. So making a move, I mean, then again, you're running right into the danger. So to me, these are the 2 options. Like, that makes sense. Foff and Zip, and I don't know which one. I'm going to last call it. All right, let me see. Where are we at? Temperature check. There it is. We have hit a single degree, chat. And the new, that now, okay, wow. So the new forecast now has us reaching 0. Reaching 0. It says. And like, then it will get back up, like I said, 21, it'll get back up to like 23, 21, 22, 23. And then Sunday will be warm again. Well, warmer, 45. And then Monday, Tuesday, 46 and 50, whatever. But it's 1 degree outside. My goodness. The mini splits are making an effort. They are trying. We can do it. Oh, well, thank you, Dragon. Jeez, Arudinel. Jeez. Blah. Blah. Yeah, exactly. All right. Last call has been called. We're going to zip it up. Let's see what happens. Zip it up. C-I-P. Wow, Admittance is hard, I'll bet. Zip. You craft the spell, the ring of green metal on your finger begins to glow and glitter. You are suddenly torn through the very air. You reappear a few feet further on. The end of the pass is almost in sight. We made it. We made it. Hell yes. It worked. I was really worried. You guys were becoming very convincing. You were very, very convincing. But it worked. We made it. The end of the pass is almost in sight. It is very dark down here, the night sky a thin strip of blue above. Glancing up, you see a dancing light a short distance ahead. Guards. They are above you, staring down into the pass on the cliff tops. A small fire crackles behind them, but the light does not reach the bottom of the pass. Let's see. So, that means it looks like that they can't see, if I'm understanding this properly. So, there you go, chat. Here's the question. $ vote space 1, we sneak forward. $ vote space 2 is head back. I don't know what the point of heading back is. We just got through there. So let's make this one quick because we're just about to wrap for the evening. $ vote space 1 is sneak forward. $ vote space 2 is head back. I'm going to make one more effort on the heater in here. We've come this far. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. This system is basically built to work all the way. Like at 0, it's going to struggle. Like just straight up, you know. Okay. Oh no. That's ugh, bluck. That is bad, Emily. I'm sorry about that with the glass. Ugh. Okay. Sneak forward. Okay. Sneak forward we're going to do. You crouch in the heavy nighttime shadows and sneak along. A lone guard stands above but does not see you. You leave the guards behind as you reach the end of the pass. The road. You follow the path between sharp peaks. The moon moves slowly across the dark sky. And then the pass opens and provides you with your first clear view of the Citadel's gate. After 35 days of walking and hardship, you have arrived. Mampang. There it is, chat. There's Mampang. I hope you like the look of it. The dread citadel seems to be at peace. There are no patrols of birdmen, no marching guards on the walls. They are not expecting your arrival in the least. It seems you have covered your approach flawlessly. Hell yeah, we have, chat. Flawlessly with hot chocolate. It's only a model. Stars turn in the empty air around you. Okay. Regard the citadel. You take a moment to drink in the sight. Mampang's walls are towering, and they march away on either side, guard turrets jutting against the pitch-black sky. The fortress is the size of a small city, and somewhere inside is the crown of kings. All right, chat, this will probably be our last call, our last vote of the night, I'm guessing, because I think stopping right inside the fortress is going to be a good stopping point. So, $vote space 1 is rest here for sunrise. Remember, we had to beat all 7 serpents to make sure that they didn't warn the Archmage, so we've done some serious good work here. Rest here for sunrise is $vote space 1. $vote space 2 is make a move. Now, the thing is, we've already rested I don't entirely understand why we would like wait for sunrise to go into the. I don't get it. Like I thought, the idea is to be sneaky. So but so $ vote space 1 is rest here for sunrise. $ vote space 2 is make a move, and I feel like we've already rested, and I don't know why I don't know, but your call. But I feel like it. It is good to rest, but we have rested already. So, and that of course is a drawing from the book. I love these illustrations just so much. So good. So good. It's a dread citadel stronger in the dark. Could be. I mean, and it is true that if we rest, we'll get the stamina back. But I don't know. It feels to me like I honestly don't know. I feel like if the whole idea was to avoid, maybe it was just to avoid the guards in the pass, I guess. But I don't know. Then under like the bright sun being like, hello up there. I'd like to come into your citadel. I don't know. It feels a little weird to me, but I have I have no inside information on this at all. Last time, you folks turned out to be right, so and my thought was not correct. So it's a good call, Rino. Let's wait and get captured. It's a sure way in. All right, going once. Sorry, last call now. Going once. Going twice. Okay. The gates are sealed for the night, but perhaps you can find a way to sneak inside. Okay. So I'm glad. All right, good. So the gates are closed, but we might be able to sneak inside. So we're not going to do this now, but this is going to be a good thing to look at. So when we start play the next time we play this game, we'll have 3 choices. Main gate is sealed, but maybe we can find a way to sneak inside. Or we can go to the East Road, although the East Road I feel like is another way. Maybe we could like climb up or something, but it doesn't look to me like the East Road leads anywhere except away. But I suppose that's one option. The West Road, though, the side path, does lead to this. And I wonder a little bit about this little mini door. Maybe we don't go in the main gate. Maybe we go off to like this little side door here off the west, Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Dunsel. So maybe we do that. So that is a possibility. But that decision is going to be a decision for next time. So as we wrap up for the night, chat, 16 out of 18 stamina. I think we started with 17. No, we started with 14. So we've actually gained 2 points. 8 gold. That doubled our gold. We had only 4 gold. Now we have 8. Now we have 2 rations, and we've eaten for the day. Plus we got another vial of holy water. Plus we got 2 Blimberry potions. And we got the clue from the people in the Fisher, from the ghost in the Fisher. That, chat, is what we call a productive freaking session. That was good stuff that we had right there. Good stuff. All right, I'm going to quit. I'm going to make sure that this is still, that we've still got this held on. We have played 9.9 hours. Just want to check here. Yeah, this was good today. Yep, there we are. Perfect. Great. This was good today. Chat should feel proud of themselves. You all did really well. Like the one where I wasn't sure about ended up working out really well. Like the greed paid off. Going to the Fisher, going to the smoke was a big deal. Finding the clue, it was very good. And the fact that we used the right spells at the right time, legit. Yeah, very, very good. So people should be quite happy. And I am continuing to absolutely love what Inkle has done with this and to love playing this game with all of you. It has been a great time. Okay. So that, chat, is going to do it for us. And, of course, we also had the incredible fun of this, which is going to make me smile at the memory of it for quite some time to come. Again, thank you to the Dunsels for getting me this hot chocolate and the apple fritter over there completely unexpectedly. Thank you. Thank you. This is also good because it means that I'm going to be able to get this stuff put to bed and all set. And then I'm going to head down to the bedroom, which I gather is going to be warmer than my office, which is now dropped to 64 degrees and is continuing to sink. So, yeah, again, I think our units are pretty much like, yo, I don't function at 0 degrees very much, which is, understandable. So I'm glad folks were able to watch this. It was a lot of fun. Tomorrow, remember, we are going to be back here Saturday night when it is only going to be in the low 20s and not the zeros. So we're going to be playing more Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks. So it's going to be good times. I am excited for that. That's going to be happening tomorrow at about 7:30 p.m. Eastern. If you like what you saw and heard today, please make sure to follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube at !ArvTube. Discord is !ArvCord. Twitter is !ArvTweets. Website is arvineleron.com. Financially, of course, !ArvTrayon is the Patreon sitting right there. Want to try to move that back over 200 when we can. Subbing to the channel is really important. Thank you so much to the folks who were able to sub and resub today, including the Dunsels. Once again, thank you, Commander Dunsel, for the resub, and so on. So thank you, everybody, for resubs. I think Echo subbed with a gift sub, if I'm not mistaken. So thank you for all of that. Excuse me. And, of course, !Arv Shop, the merchandise area. Thank you as well as always for those who support me on the publishing side. !Icarus for my graphic novel from Athos Arts. !Library, Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And !Grayshade. I'm reading all that. Cap with the foil mylar. All right. Well, that's good, Rudinell. Hang in there, though. Jeez. And keep us posted, please. Just... keep us posted so we know that you're fine. Seriously, stay warm, everybody. But yeah, definitely, Rudinell, stay warm. That is cold McCold stuff. To keep up with thumbs. No, I know, because of the mittens. Oh my God, man, I'm so sorry about that. Stay warm. Stay as warm as you can. Grayshade, Grayshade, which is my novel from Athos Arts that came out last year. The sequel, Renegade, is going to be coming out later this year, and Heretic will be coming out next year to conclude the Grey Assassin trilogy. You can pre-order, you can buy Grayshade right now. You can order it, and it will get to you, but you can also pre-order Renegade and Heretic, and you can also pre-order the tabletop role-playing game from Brandon O'Brien, and you can also get the audiobook from Trent Sparks. You can get there as well. You are a Mainer. That's true. You are a Mainer. So you can do that as well. And that would be very much appreciated. You could support us on that side. And as always, !BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. !Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And !Ukraine for to help the Ukrainians as they fight back against a terrible and devastating war. This is a chance to step up and help them in a small way, while also sending a message that we will do that for others down the line when such things and situations present themselves. Again, I'll be back tomorrow at 7:30 Eastern. Normally, I would be doing a raid at this time, but I'm not going to do one now because what I really want you all to do is to go get warm if you're not already and get blankets on and get all that kind of stuff. I'm going to do the same thing here and head downstairs to my warmer, as I'm told, bedroom. So I'm going to go do that. But I want to thank everyone for being here. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Rudinell, Dragonspear, Emily, the Invincible, as always. Thank you to my wonderful mods, and thank you to my wonderful Patreon supporters and subscribers. Thank you to Rudinell, Dragonspear, Emily, Echo, Nonstop, Commander Dunsel, Crit Twitch, Marinda, and Mrs. Dunsel. And again, special thanks to the Dunsels. Thank you so much for the hot chocolate, etc. And thank you to my viewers. Thank you to Zero One Chronospy, Darth Sisu, Galadriel Bot, who's totally not a bot. Thank you to Jagtress, to Kata, to Leoreek, Throw7, Valentina Alcaraz, and Inkle. Thank you, everybody, so much. I'm going to go get warm. You should do the same thing. More sorcery to come, but tomorrow we've got Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks. Everyone, stay warm, and may the warmth of our community keep you folks warm as we continue to move forward. And I'll catch all you lovely folks soon. Until then, everyone, please be good to each other. Bye for now. Con.